Chapter 225. Xiaodong thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, don't tell anyone about your meeting with Uncle Mikakito, okay? Xiao Yi's face darkened as she said angrily, not even Daddy. Are you trying to cheat on him? Xiaodong's face darkened. I'll tell your daddy. I'm just worried that the rest of the family will find out and cause unnecessary trouble. What cheating on him? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Bao glared at Xiao Yi in annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. Mom isn't that kind of person. Uncle Shin isn't that kind of person either. You can't say for sure. Xiao Yi was still full of hostility towards Mikakito. As long as it was Daddy's love rival, he would treat him with hatred. Because of a disagreement, the two little fellows were like fighting roosters. They glared at each other and almost pounced on each other. Xiaodong's face darkened as she raised her voice. Both of you, sit down properly. If you continue to mess around, I'll punish you. Domestic violence. Child abuse. These two brats were already on the same side when it came to dealing with her. Xiaodong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She drove the car into the garage and led the two little fellows home. Just as she walked to the door of the living room, Xiaodong received a call from Isiki. She gestured for the two little fellows to go in first while she walked towards the garden. As she walked, she spoke on the phone. Siki, have you brought Nyonyo home? Yeah, we just came back. Nyonyo is doing her homework in her room. I'm calling you because I want to ask you about your recent situation. Xiaodong sat on the chair and pinched the space between her brows. I'm much better now. Luckily, Su Yunqian is back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to stay in this house anymore. Isiki rolled her eyes. Silly, it's not your fault. I still feel like someone is deliberately messing with you behind your back. Xiaodong sighed. Maybe. The police still haven't found the whereabouts of the kidnappers. As for what the truth is, I don't think anyone cares. Right now, everyone thinks that Su Yunqian is the victim and I am the culprit. No matter what others say, as long as Bailey Han believes in you, there will be no problem. Xiaodong's smile was a little bitter. He trusted me very much, and he protected me very much at that time. However, when I see his guilty look now, I can't help but regret it. I should have gotten a divorce back then. Maybe I could have brought Su Yunqian back safely. Idiot, you went to pick up Su Yunqian. What if something happened to you? Don't forget that you have a baby in your belly. That baby can save Xiao Guai's life. If something happened to you, it would implicate the two babies. Isiki's words were like a bucket of water that suddenly woke Xiaodong up. She was stunned for a moment before she said slowly, let's not talk about me anymore. How are you and Lin Shihao doing now? Isiki paused. Just like that. Xiaodong asked carefully, is he still in contact with Bai Meiwei? Not in private, but they are still connected at work. Xiaodong rubbed her eyebrows. Yezi, you should start over. After all, he didn't do it on purpose. Isiki's voice deepened. That's how I convinced myself to forgive him, but I still feel a knot in my heart. Every time he wants to hug me, I feel like he's hugged another woman in the same way. I feel disgusted. Xiaodong was silent for a moment before she said, Yezi, give yourself some time. You will get better. Isiki tightened her grip on the phone. She forced a smile. I know. That's what he said too. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to make dinner. He doesn't need to work overtime tonight, so he will be back early. All right then. Go ahead and do your work. Call me if anything happens. Xiaodong hung up the phone. She felt a little disappointed. The more you love someone, the easier it is to be hurt, right? Isiki put down the phone. She was also in a bad mood. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 6. Lin Shihao should be on his way back. She sighed silently and quickly walked to the kitchen. She wrapped the apron around her waist and started to prepare dinner. As she was cooking the braised fish, she heard the sound of the door opening. She smiled and called out to him as usual. "Hubby, you're back." Lin Shihao acknowledged her and quickly walked to the kitchen door. He suddenly took out his right hand from behind his back. A bouquet of fiery red roses was blooming. He smiled. "Honey, this is for you. Do you like it?" Isiki was stunned. She pursed her lips and smiled. "It's not a holiday today. Why did you buy flowers?" "I drove past the flower shop and suddenly thought that you would like it, so I bought it." Lin Shihao stuffed the roses into her arms and grabbed the spatula from her hand. He smiled. "Go arrange the flowers. I'll cook." You haven't changed yet." Isiki couldn't help but turn around and say as he pushed her to the door. "It's okay." Then put on the apron. Isiki put the flowers aside, took off her apron and handed it to him. "Honey, help me put it on." Lin Shihao stood in front of the gas stove with the spatula and looked at her with a smile. She walked behind him and reached her hands to his waist. She tied the apron around his waist and tied a bow behind his back. After tying it, she was about to pull her hands back when he suddenly turned around and grabbed her hands. He whispered, "Honey, how long has it been since we cooked together?" She was in a daze for a moment. She smiled. "It seems like it's been a few years. Ever since I was promoted to the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department, I have to work overtime every day. I even have to work overtime on weekends. I haven't taken you and Nyonyo out for a long time." He gently stroked the hair by her ear. "Have you ever resented me?" She held his hand. "I resented you at first, but I stopped resenting you later. I know that you want Nyonyo and I to live a better life." Silly wife. Lin Shihao pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. She smiled and pushed him. "The fish is going to be burned." "Okay, I'll cook seriously." Lin Shihao smiled and let go of her. He turned around and scooped the fish from the pot onto a plate. Isiki found a vase and filled it with water. She put the roses in it and then placed the vase on the table in the living room. She washed her hands, set the table, and went to Nyonyo's room to call her daughter to eat. The family of 3 sat around the dining table. Nyonyo's childish voice told her about what happened in school. Lin Shihao was a good listener. He asked a few questions from time to time. When they talked about something interesting, the father and daughter laughed happily. Isiki smiled when she saw how happy they were. After dinner, Lin Shihao volunteered to wash the dishes. He teased, "Honey, washing dishes is a technical job. You can't go wrong if you leave it to me." Isiki smiled and said, "You're joking. I'll check it later. If it's not clean, you can wash it again. Please don't worry, my dear wife. I'll do my best to wash it clean." Lin Shihao made an exaggerated salute. Nyonyo smiled and leaned into Isiki's arms. She asked mischievously, "Mommy, is Daddy possessed by an alien? The person we're seeing now is definitely not the real Daddy, right?" Isiki couldn't help but laugh. She rubbed her daughter's hair. "Your daddy suddenly became kind. You two can laugh at me as much as you want. I'll just stay with those bowls and chopsticks." Lin Shihao shook his head and smiled. His eyes were full of love and gentleness. The mother and daughter laughed together. Lin Shihao was busy in the kitchen. His handsome figure appeared even more charming under the soft light. Isiki looked at him. She knew that he had been working hard these days. He was working hard to make up for his past shortcomings. He was really determined to start over. She should also work hard. After the kitchen was tidied up, the family of 3 sat on the sofa and watched TV. Yi Siki hugged her daughter. Lin Shihao deliberately moved closer to her. She pretended not to notice, but her body quietly leaned against his chest. Lin Shihao reached out and hugged her tightly. The TV was playing a comedy movie. Yi Siki and Nyonyo giggled. Lin Shihao hugged them in his arms and swore to himself that this time, he would protect this happiness. After the movie, Yi Siki took Nyonyo to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Shihao suddenly received a call from Bai Mei Wei. He instinctively looked in the direction of the bathroom. He walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Mei Wei, what's the matter? Bai Mei Wei laughed foolishly. Senior, I want to see you. Lin Shihao frowned. Mei Wei, it's already very late. If there's anything, we can talk about it at work tomorrow. Her laughter turned into sobs. But I want to see you now. Lin Shihao heard the noise on her end. His frown deepened. He asked in a low voice, where are you now? She answered blankly, at the bar. You're drunk. Lin Shihao suppressed his anger. Leave the bar now and go home. Bai Mei Wei leaned against the bar counter and grabbed her hair painfully. She said drunkenly, if you don't come to see me, I won't go home. Lin Shihao paused and said in a low voice, I won't go to see you. Without waiting for her reply, he hung up the phone. He paced back and forth in the room a few times. He was still a little worried about her. After thinking about it, he finally called the Bai family's landline. The servant knew Lin Shihao. When he heard that Miss was drunk at the bar, he immediately expressed his gratitude and said that he would contact her to bring her home. When Lin Shihao ended the call, Yi Siki opened the bedroom door and walked in while drying her hair. She smiled and said, the 2 of us are out. Hurry and go take a shower. Okay, I'll go right away. Lin Shihao placed the phone on the bedside. After thinking about it, he chose to tell her. Honey, Mei Wei called me just now. She's drunk. I contacted the Bai family and asked them to pick her up. Okay, I got it. Yi Siki felt a little uncomfortable. However, since he took the initiative to tell her, she still smiled and said gently, hurry and go take a shower. After Lin Shihao went to the bathroom to take a shower, Yi Siki sat on the bed in a daze for a while. Finally, she sighed deeply. What was wrong with her? Since she had decided to work hard to redeem herself, she should be more relaxed. Shihao also told her everything. This was a good sign. Attention, Shinwu 799. Chapter 226. Su Yunqian's schizophrenia symptoms became more serious. Every time Bailey Han visited her, she was very happy at first, but suddenly she asked him indifferently, who is he? When she heard him say his name, she started crying again. She kept saying that he had abandoned her and that she wasn't good enough for him. After repeating this several times, Bailey Han didn't dare to say his name, fearing that it would irritate her. However, she didn't give up and drove him out of the ward without getting an answer. The Su family was very puzzled and asked the doctor, Doctor, Yunqian's condition had improved before. Why did it suddenly worsen? The doctor said that the patient might have suffered too much psychological damage in the past. During the treatment, she remembered some bad memories. Those injuries were beyond her mental endurance, so she removed those painful memories or consciousness activities from the entire mental plane to protect herself. However, because of this, she lost her integrity. To put it simply, Su Yunqian had already suffered from schizophrenia. She could have 2 or more different personalities at the same time. The doctor said that Su Yunqian's condition was mainly caused by harmful stimulation. She needed psychological treatment. The family members should create a relaxed and warm environment for her and not stimulate her emotions. The Su family trembled with fear. They didn't expect their daughter's condition to be so serious. Bailey Han, who accompanied them, also became very depressed after hearing the doctor's words. The next day, Bailey Han came to the hospital to visit Su Yunqian as promised. He knocked on the door of the ward, but didn't hear any response. He thought that the nurse was not inside now. He turned the doorknob, opened the door and walked in. The ward was empty, and there was no one in the bed. Bailey Han walked quickly to the bathroom and knocked on the door. "Yunqian, are you inside?" No one responded. He frowned and turned the doorknob. The door was locked from the inside. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something falling to the ground. A bad premonition immediately rose from his heart. He knocked hard on the door. "Yunqian, what are you doing inside? Open the door." It was dead silent inside. Feeling even more uneasy, Bailey Han made up his mind. He lifted his foot and kicked the door with all his might, making a loud noise. He kicked the door twice more, and with a bang, the door finally opened. Seeing the scene in front of him, his heart tightened. Su Yunqian was wearing a white bathrobe and lying in the bathtub. Her wrist had been cut, and blood was dripping from her fingers into the bathtub, dyeing the water red. Su Yunqian had fainted due to the loss of blood. A small knife fell on the floor, still stained with blood. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. He hurriedly picked her up from the bathtub and put her back on the bed. He pressed the emergency button on the bedside. The doctors and nurses quickly rushed over. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep and the bleeding stopped very quickly. The doctor criticized the Su family members and the nurses who had rushed over after hearing the news. "The patient is unconscious. How could you leave such a dangerous thing in her ward?" Because Su Yunqian was mentally ill and emotionally unstable, she could commit suicide or hurt others. Therefore, sharp weapons such as fruit knives were strictly prohibited in her room. Everyone knew this, and they were very careful not to bring any knives or other weapons in. Who brought in the small knife she used to cut her wrist? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end, they unanimously guessed that Su Yunqian might have secretly brought it in before she was hospitalized. Thinking of this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If they hadn't discovered it in time, it was hard to say what would have happened. Su Yunqian's face was pale and bloodless. Even though she was unconscious, her brows were tightly knitted. Mrs. Su held back her tears. With the help of the nurses, they helped her change out of her wet clothes and changed the wet sheets and quilt. "Han, go to the company first. Your aunt and I will take care of her." Outside the corridor, Su Bolin looked serious. Bailey Han nodded. "I'll come to see her after work. Uncle, call me if you need anything." On the way to the company, Bailey Han's face was dark. His hands tightly held the steering wheel. His heart was still shocked and pained by the scene of Su Yunqian's suicide. Xia Dong knew that Bailey Han had been working hard recently. He had been running between the hospital and the company. Every time he came back from the hospital, he would be especially quiet. Although he didn't say anything in front of his family, she knew that he was under a lot of pressure. Xia Dong specially made ginseng chicken soup and made his favorite dishes. She prepared a lunchbox and drove to his company at lunchtime. She carried the lunchbox upstairs. The old employees all knew her and greeted her politely. She was still a little uncomfortable. This was the first time she came to the company to look for him after getting married. Linda stood up with a smile. "Madam, the president is still in a meeting. The meeting will be over in about 10 minutes. Do you want me to inform the president?" Xiaodong smiled politely. No need. I'll go to his office and wait for a while. When he finishes the meeting, don't tell him that I'm here. Linda made an okay gesture and smiled. Understood. Xiaodong said, thank you. When Bailey Han walked into the office, Xiaodong had already placed the dishes on the coffee table. The milky white chicken soup was fragrant, and the green vegetables were stir-fried with mushrooms. It was very appetizing just by looking at it. Honey, why are you here? Bailey Han's lips curved and his eyes were filled with surprise. Xiaodong walked forward and helped him loosen his tie. She smiled and said, I saw that you've been too busy recently and was worried that you didn't eat properly, so I prepared a lunchbox. It's a love lunchbox. His slender fingers scratched her perky nose. She smiled. If you say so. She hugged his arm and pulled him to the table. She stuffed a pair of chopsticks into his hands. Hurry up and eat. It's going to get cold. Eat with me. It's boring to eat alone. Bailey Han stuffed the chopsticks back to her and picked up the other pair on the table. He chuckled. Why don't you come to have lunch with me every day from now on? Xiaodong thought about the expressions of the employees when they saw her and couldn't help but shiver. It's better to do this kind of thing once in a while. If I come every day, it won't affect your image in the eyes of the employees. Bailey Han drank a mouthful of the delicious chicken soup and looked slightly wronged. What if I like the dishes you cook? She rolled her eyes and smiled mischievously. Then wait for me to cook for you tonight. But I want to eat lunch too. His eyes were filled with smiles as he stared into her eyes. She pinched his high nose and smiled. Then there's no other way. Naughty. He ruffled her hair. She rolled her eyes and said, how about this? After I'm done cooking, I'll send it to the front desk downstairs and you can ask Linda to bring it up for you. Silly, I'm just teasing you. I can't bear to let my wife cook every day. He smiled gently. After the meal, Xiaodong took out the fruit salad from the lunchbox. She picked up a piece of fruit with a fork and brought it to his lips. He smiled and opened his mouth to take the fruit. Suddenly, he saw her frowning and covering her stomach with her left hand. He quickly swallowed the fruit and asked anxiously, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? She relaxed her brows and smiled. It's nothing. The baby just moved a little. Only then did Bailey Han's anxious heart relax. Pleasantly surprised, he placed his palm on her abdomen. It was a pity that he didn't feel anything. However, this didn't hinder his excitement as he said gently, Baby, I'm daddy. Xiaodong was amused. The baby can't hear you yet. He can hear you. Bailey Han simply squatted in front of her and gently pressed his face against her abdomen. He said gently, Baby, I'm daddy. If you hear my voice, kick me with your little feet. The baby still didn't move. Bailey Han was a little disappointed. Although he was already a father of 3 children, this was the first time he had accompanied his pregnant wife and experienced the process from pregnancy to childbirth. So every time the baby moved a little, he was very excited and couldn't wait for the baby to communicate with him immediately. He was about to move his face away when he suddenly felt her stomach move. He shouted happily, Honey, honey, the baby is kicking me. He heard me. He was like a child, smiling brightly. Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh. Yes, the baby must have heard you. Bailey Han gently stroked her stomach. Baby, you have to be gigai. Don't let mommy work too hard. Hubby, do you want the baby to be a boy or a girl? He sat beside her and hugged her. Both are fine. If it's a girl, I'll protect you. If it's a boy, I'll protect you with him. He kissed her cheek and added, Also, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao can protect the three of you together. She leaned comfortably in his arms. The two people who knew each other and loved each other, even if they leaned together quietly, without saying or doing anything, time passed so quickly. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Xia Dong pushed his arm and said gently, "Hubby, it's time for you to work. I'll go back first." He kissed her lips like a shameless child and sighed unhappily. "I really don't want you to leave." She smiled. "That doesn't sound like something you would say." "Okay, Gigai, be good. I'll cook something good for you when we get home tonight." She kissed his cheek. The smile on his face gradually faded and he said in a deep voice, "Honey, I have to go to the hospital after work." Xia Dong asked worriedly, "Is Su Yunqian's condition not too good?" He nodded. "She committed suicide this morning. Fortunately, I found out early." She didn't know how to comfort him. She hugged his waist and said gently, "Go ahead. Drive carefully. I'll wait for you to come back." He hugged her tightly gratefully. Beauty novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 227. Xia Dong told Yisiki about this matter. Yisiki scolded her, saying that only a foolish woman like her would push her husband to her love rival. She retorted, "If you were me, what would you do? Don't you allow Ahan to see her?" Yisiki paused and said, "Okay, I'm also a foolish woman. If she stopped her husband and prevented him from seeing her, her husband would only think that she was unreasonable." Bailey Han drove directly to the hospital after work. Mrs. Su sat by Su Yunqian's bed to accompany her. When she saw him come in, she found an excuse to leave. Su Yunqian lay quietly on the bed, her face still very pale. She smiled slightly. "Han, I had a dream this afternoon." He sat beside her. "What did you dream of?" Her eyes were a little absent-minded, and her smile was faint. "I dreamed that we were watching the sunrise by the sea. I was leaning in your arms. You said that you would accompany me to watch the sunrise every morning." He was silent. Su Yunqian hugged his arm, her cheek gently rubbing against his arm. She whispered, "Han, let's go watch the sunrise tomorrow morning, okay?" Bailey Han's body stiffened. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "Yunqian, I'm sorry. I can't watch the sunrise with you anymore." The smile on her face suddenly disappeared, and she cried sadly. "Why am I still alive? Why don't you let me die?" She suddenly became emotional. She jumped out of bed and ran out crazily. Bailey Han hurriedly grabbed her arms to stop her from hurting herself. "Yunqian, don't be agitated. Take a deep breath. Everything will be okay." She cried and shook her head, as if her mind had become very clear. "No, it won't be okay anymore. I'm not the same person as before. Yunqian, listen to me. It will all pass." Bailey Han held her shoulders and comforted her softly. "Look, we all care about you. In our eyes, you will always be the beautiful and charming Su Yunqian. You lied to me. If I was still the Su Yunqian of the past, why would you abandon me? Why won't you watch the sunrise with me?" She grabbed his arm and shook it hard. "Why?" Bailey Han's thin lips were tightly pursed and his deep eyes were as dark as the sea. Su Yunqian suddenly froze and stared at him blankly. "Han, when did you come?" His expression did not change as he said indifferently, "I just arrived." "Oh." She nodded obediently. Suddenly, she lowered her head and stared at her bare feet. "Why am I standing on the ground barefoot?" He did not answer her question. Instead, he said gently, "I'll help you back to the bed." "Oh, okay." She obediently climbed onto the bed and leaned against the pillow. She smiled sweetly. Han, I want to listen to a story. What story do you want to hear? She thought about it seriously and blinked. The story of Snow White. He smiled. All right, I'll tell you. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess. His deep and magnetic voice rang in the empty ward. After the story was told, she widened her eyes and asked curiously, why did the Empress want to kill Snow White? He explained, because Snow White was more beautiful than the Empress. If Snow White was killed, she would be the most beautiful person in the world. She nodded in understanding. The Empress is so silly. He glanced at his watch. Are you sleepy now? Do you want to sleep? I want to hear another story. What do you want to hear? The story of Cinderella. All right. Bailey Han began to feel lucky. In order to be a good father, he had deliberately read a lot of fairy tales. It was already past 8 and Bailey Han had not returned. Xia Dong wanted to call him to ask, but she was afraid that he would misunderstand that she was rushing him home, so she gave up the idea. Thus, she sat in the living room and waited for him. After telling the story of Cinderella, Bailey Han told another story. Su Yunqian finally slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. He sat beside her and made sure that she was sound asleep before he got up. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly heard her scream in horror. Go away, don't touch me. Go away. Bailey Han's heart ached. He turned around and saw that she had actually turned over and sat up. Her eyes were still tightly shut, but the horror on her face was unmistakable. She waved her hands wildly in the air. Go away, go away. He clenched his fists, turned around, and walked quickly to her side. He held her shoulders and said gently, Yunqian, don't be afraid. No one will hurt you. Sob, sob. It's so scary. She suddenly hugged his waist and sobbed. Bailey Han's body stiffened. He stretched out his hands to push her away, but in the end, he controlled himself. He patted her back gently with his right hand and said softly, It's okay, it's okay. She cried for a while and finally calmed down. He looked down at her. Her eyes were still tightly shut and her cheeks were stained with tears. He pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the tears on her face. He held her shoulders and wanted to put her back on the bed, but her hands were tightly wrapped around his waist. He gently held her hands and slowly pried them away. Then, he helped her lie back on the bed and covered her with the quilt. Bailey Han walked out of the ward. Mrs. Su stood up from the chair and said, Han, sorry to trouble you. Auntie, you're welcome. You should go back. It's late. You should go back early too. Okay, I'll go in and take a look. Then I'll leave. Bailey Han said, Do you need me to drive you home? Mrs. Su smiled. No, it's okay. I drove here myself. It was already 9:00 when Bailey Han returned to the old mansion. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw Xia Dong sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. She heard his footsteps and immediately looked up with a smile. Honey, you're back. Why didn't you go upstairs? He kissed her cheek. It was cold. He frowned and touched her forehead. It's getting cold. Why don't you wear more clothes? I'm not cold. She was wearing a knitted cardigan. It was very warm, but after sitting in the living room for so long, it was inevitable that her body was cold. He took off his suit jacket and put it on her shoulders. It's night now. Be careful not to catch a cold. Have you had dinner? He chuckled. Didn't you say that you would make me something delicious tonight? I've been waiting on an empty stomach. Xia Dong couldn't help but complain. It's so late. Why don't you eat something first? It's not good for your stomach. The food is cold. I'll heat it up for you. She was about to get up when he grabbed her hand. Let the servants do it. A few minutes later, the servants brought the heated food to the dining room. He looked at the rich dishes and smiled. They're all my favorites. Honey, thank you for your hard work. Drink some soup first to warm your stomach. Xia Dong scooped a bowl of soup for him and placed it in front of him. After dinner, she walked behind him and put her hands on his shoulders. Hubby, let me massage your shoulders. She felt sorry for him when she saw him running around every day. Okay. He gladly accepted his wife's thoughtfulness. Her soft hands massaged his shoulders. The strength was just right and it was very comfortable. He leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes. How's Xiao Guai today? Yeah. I took Xiao Guai to the kindergarten today. Xia Dong paused and said, Brother Shen is here too. Xiao Guai misses him a lot. It's good for them to meet. Bailey Han was a little jealous that his daughter liked Mikakito, but he did not stop them from meeting. When Xia Dong told him last night that Mikakito wanted to meet Xiao Guai, he only hesitated for a second before agreeing. Xia Dong laughed softly. Gigai wanted me to tell you that she still likes Daddy the most. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned to ask her, really? He thought his daughter liked Mikakito the most. She smiled and nodded. Yeah. Gigai also said that she wants to listen to you tell her a story tonight. You have to do your homework in advance. Bailey Han raised his eyebrows proudly. I've memorized all of Grimm's fairy tales. Xia Dong smiled meaningfully. You only memorized Grimm's fairy tales? That's not enough. A certain father was so excited that he did not take his wife's kind reminder to heart. He hurried upstairs to tell his daughter a bedtime story so that he could coax her to sleep. Xiao Guai played with her two older brothers for a while. When she heard that Daddy was back and wanted to tell a story, Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi also came over to join in the fun. The three little guys lay side by side on the bed, blinking their three pairs of similar big eyes as they stared seriously at Bailey Han. Faced with three pairs of pure black eyes, Bailey Han actually felt guilty. He coughed and said, What story do you want to hear? Xiao Bao puffed up her cheeks. I want to hear a fairy tale. Something like the Seven Fairies or the Legend of the White Snake will do. Xiao Yi's long eyelashes fluttered. I want to hear a historical story. Something like the Chronicles of the Grand Historian or the Romance of the Three Kingdoms will do. Xiao Guai blinked. I want to hear a story from the Arabian Nights. Last time, Mommy told me the story of Aladdin and the magic lamp. Mommy said that the next story would be the story of Sinbad the Navigator. Daddy, I want to hear it. The smile on Bailey Han's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't you want to hear the story of Snow White and Cinderella? TSK, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao showed a disdainful expression. We don't want to hear such an old-fashioned story. Yeah, we've heard it so many times that I can tell it now. Xiao Guai reached out her small hand and touched the back of Bailey Han's hand. She comforted him obediently. Daddy, don't be sad. It's okay that you don't know how to tell stories. I still like you the most. Bailey Han was hurt. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi got out of bed. Xiao Bao sighed. We can't hear the story anymore. Let's go back. Xiao Yi shushed her. Don't say it so loudly. Daddy will be sad if he hears it. Bailey Han's face darkened. These two brats were too much. They actually looked down on him in front of him. He coughed and said sternly, What's so good about those stories? Daddy will tell you about my personal experience. This is the story of my adventures when I was 16 years old. Wow, this is interesting. I want to hear it. Hurry up and lie back down. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi quickly crawled back into bed. Ad Shinwu 799. Chapter 228. The corners of Bailey Han's lips curled up as he slowly recounted what he had experienced. Considering that they were still young, he only briefly talked about the bloody scenes. He mainly talked about how he had made use of the surrounding environment to survive on the deserted island and how he had avoided danger time and time again. This was the first time he had recounted that experience in detail to others. He did not expect that the audience would be 3 children. He curled his lips in amusement. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi looked at him with admiration. Xiao Yi said, "Daddy, you're so awesome. I want to be like you and be a great man." Xiao Bao puffed up her cheeks. "Daddy, just you wait. I'll become as strong as you." Xiao Guai said with heartache, "Daddy, are you afraid?" "Daddy is not afraid because Daddy has you 3 cute guardian angels." Bailey Han kissed her tender little face and stroked Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi's heads. He smiled and said, "Go back to your room and rest. Don't disturb your little sister anymore." "Got it." After coaxing their daughters to sleep, the couple washed up and went to bed. Bailey Han hugged his wife's soft body in satisfaction and quickly fell asleep. Bailey Han was dreaming. In his dream, he was standing in a dark basement. Su Yunqian was tied to a chair. She was crying sadly and begging for help. He walked forward and wanted to untie the rope on her body, but when his fingers reached out, his fingers went straight through her body. No matter how many times he tried, he could not untie the rope. Bailey Han saw a tall man wearing a mask stride over. The man passed through his body and walked to Su Yunqian. He roughly untied the rope on her body, then pushed her to the ground and lay on top of her like a beast. Bailey Han pounced to hit the man, but his fists all went through his body. He could not touch the man at all. He could only watch as the man humiliated Su Yunqian. Her desperate eyes were deeply engraved in his heart. His heart ached so much that he could not breathe. He roared in pain. Suddenly, the scene changed. He was suddenly standing in the bathroom of the hospital. Su Yunqian was lying in the snow-white bathtub. The bathtub was full of blood. The wound on her wrist was still bleeding. She stared at him with a pair of big eyes and resentment. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed me." "No." Bailey Han sat up abruptly. His forehead was full of sweat. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to burst out. His head suddenly hurt. He held his head and breathed in pain. The pain lasted for a few minutes and gradually dissipated. His originally deep eyes became empty and lifeless. He lifted the quilt expressionlessly and got out of bed. His eyes did not look at the person beside him. As usual, he went into the bathroom to wash up and change his clothes. Then, he took the car keys and went out. Bang! The sound of the door closing woke Xia Dong up. She opened her eyes and felt that something was wrong. She touched the spot beside her and sat up abruptly. Bailey Han was gone. That loud sound just now, was it the sound of him closing the door and leaving? She glanced at the bedside clock. It was only 4 o'clock. Why did he get up so early? Moreover, after he got up in the past, his movements were very light. He would not wake her up at all. He was so abnormal today. Did something happen? Xia Dong's heart was full of questions. She did not continue to sleep. She hurriedly changed her clothes, grabbed her phone and car keys, and hurried downstairs. When she ran out of the door, Bailey Han's car had already slowly driven out of the garage. When the car passed by her, she called his name. He acted as if he did not hear her. His car window was open. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him not to hear her. Xiaodong's heart was faintly uneasy. She hurriedly ran into the garage and drove her car, following behind Bailey Han. There was about a few hundred meters between the two cars. Fortunately, there were fewer cars on the road in the early morning. She slightly sped up, and the distance between the two cars continued to shrink. Xiaodong stopped by the roadside and watched his car park in the hospital's parking lot. After he got out of the car, she also parked her car. Before she could chase after him and ask him, he had already strode into the hospital's lobby and quickly walked into the elevator. She knew that Su Yunqian was staying in this hospital, but she did not know which ward Su Yunqian was staying in. When she found the ward number from the nurse on duty and found the ward, the door was not locked. She opened a gap and a faint light poured out from inside the room. Xiaodong pushed the door open stiffly. The gap widened, and she could clearly see Su Yunqian leaning in Bailey Han's arms. Then, she heard Bailey Han's voice. "It's cold by the sea. Bring a thick coat." Okay. I'll listen to you." Su Yunqian's voice was gentle. Xiaodong's heart tightened, and her hands clenched into fists. Clear footsteps could be heard. She quickly hid in the door of another ward. Bailey Han held Su Yunqian's waist, and the two of them slowly walked to the elevator. Their silhouettes gradually disappeared into the elevator. Xiaodong suddenly felt as if her legs were filled with lead. Every step was very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, she could not help but want to follow them and see what they would do. There were more and more cars on the road. Xiaodong followed Bailey Han's car unhurriedly. Bailey Han parked the car by the sea. Su Yunqian held his arm. The two of them walked on the plank road and leaned against the railing. Xiaodong looked out of the car window and saw their backs leaning against each other. Tears slowly flowed out of her eyes. Su Yunqian leaned in Bailey Han's arms and pointed to the place where the sea met the sky. She smiled innocently. "Han, look. The sun is climbing up the sea. It's so beautiful." Bailey Han hugged her shoulders tightly and smiled gently. It's very beautiful." At the place where the sky met the sea, the red sun slowly climbed up. The red clouds slowly filled the dark blue sky and gradually glowed. The bright rays reflected on the sea and complemented each other. It was a spectacular sight. Facing such a beautiful scene, Xiaodong did not feel any joy in her heart. She was full of sadness, and her face was wet with tears. The sun had completely jumped out of the sea, and the brilliant golden color dyed half the sky red. "Han, come and watch the sunrise with me in the future, okay?" Su Yunqian looked up at his handsome side profile. Bailey Han lowered his eyes and looked at her beautiful face. His lips were brimming with a smile. "All right, whenever you want to see it, I'll accompany you. You're so good to me." Su Yunqian raised her head and kissed him on the chin. She smiled as brightly as a child. He tightened his arms around her shoulders and said softly, "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." "Okay." She hugged him and cheered. "I'm so happy. Let's go." He ruffled her hair and walked back with her in his arms. They did not return to the car. Instead, they walked to a shop by the sea. The shop was not big and was elegantly decorated. It specialized in selling breakfast. Many people who went to the sea to watch the sunrise enjoyed a delicious breakfast here. The table by the window also had a beautiful view of the sea. Bailey Han and the others were lucky. There was a table near the window left. He handed her the menu. "What do you want to eat?" She pointed at the menu happily. I want to eat seafood casserole porridge. I also want to eat fragrant soup dumplings and shumai. Okay. Bailey Han returned the menu to the waiter and said the names of the dishes. After about 10 minutes, the waiter brought up the food they ordered. The seafood porridge had just been cooked. It was boiling hot and the aroma was overflowing. She puffed up her cheeks and frowned. It's so hot. Don't worry. Wait for the porridge to cool down. Eat the shumai first. Bailey Han picked up a shumai with his chopsticks and placed it on her plate. Then, he scooped out a small bowl of porridge from the casserole and stirred it gently with a spoon. Su Yunqian blew on the shumai and then carefully took a bite. Her eyes immediately widened. It's delicious. Bailey Han chuckled. Eat slowly. Don't burn yourself. He did not stop stirring the porridge in the bowl. After she finished a shumai and a soup dumpling, he placed the small bowl in front of her. It's not hot anymore. You can eat now. She smiled brightly. Thank you. She ate without caring about her image. She was very different from the ladylike her in the past. Perhaps the dominant personality now was the pure and cheerful personality. Her cheeks were stained with oil. Bailey Han could not help but chuckle. He pulled out a tissue and reached out to wipe her face. She smiled embarrassedly. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint pink color. This intimate scene fell into Xia Dong's eyes without missing a single detail. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and bit her lower lip. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and rush up to him. No. Xia Dong shook her head fiercely. She should believe that this scene was fake. Han must have his reasons. He would not betray her. She followed him all the way and watched him send her back to the hospital. She watched him come out of the hospital building and drive to the company. She parked the car in the company's parking lot. After hesitating for a long time, she still did not have the courage to ask him clearly. Xia Dong took out her phone and dialed his number. Bailey Han heard his phone ring. He glanced at the caller ID. Dear wife. He frowned. Whose number was this? Why was there such a nickname? He pressed the answer button and said calmly, Who is this? Xia Dong's heart suddenly tightened. She almost stopped breathing. A scary thought appeared in her mind. After waiting for 2 seconds, there was no reply. He said in a more serious tone, I'm Bailey Han. Who are you? Xia Dong gripped her phone tightly and tried to make her voice sound calm. I'm Xia Dong. I don't know you, he replied bluntly. Why are you looking for me? Her voice was dry as she said, Nothing. I called the wrong number. Sorry. Without waiting for him to speak, she hung up in a panic. She covered her face with both hands and wailed. The thing she was worried about had finally happened again. He had become that Bailey Han who did not know her. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 229. Bailey Han looked at the title, Dear Wife, on his phone and frowned. Just then, Linda came in to deliver some documents. He looked up and asked, Linda, I'm married. Linda was shocked. President, did I do something wrong? She hurriedly tried to figure out when she had accidentally revealed her admiration for the CEO. Otherwise, why would he suddenly ask such a strange question? Bailey Han's face darkened. Answer my question. Linda was about to cry. President, of course you're married. Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. When did this happen? What's her name? Linda felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in her heart. The president was flirting with her. He was really flirting with her. But he was the boss. Even if he was flirting with her, she had to pretend that she was willing to do it. You got married at the beginning of this month. Your wife's name is Xia Dong. Xia Dong. Yes, that's right. Bailey Han stood up abruptly, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura. Linda was so shocked that she took 2 steps back. Pre-CEO, what are you doing? As Bailey Han walked closer, Linda's mind raced. If he pounced on her, should she reject him or give in? Unexpectedly, he suddenly pulled her away and opened the office door. He strode out and said coldly, I'm going home. There's something I need Lu Zihao to deal with. Bailey Han's aura was fierce. As he walked, everyone avoided him. His handsome face was as cold as the sky before a storm. He sped all the way into the living room and saw Old Madam and Old Master sitting on the sofa. He asked in a deep voice, Grandma, am I married? Ah. Old Madam was stunned. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and realized that something was wrong. She looked at him suspiciously. What's the matter? Bailey Han stared at her condescendingly and exuded an oppressive aura. Why don't I remember that I'm married? Old Madam froze. It seemed that something in his brain was acting up again and his memory was becoming chaotic. Grandma, tell me, what happened to me? Bailey Han had already realized that something was wrong with him. He remembered that Su Yunqian had been kidnapped and that she had been hospitalized, but he couldn't remember why she had been kidnapped. Every time he tried to recall, his brain seemed to be shrouded in fog. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't clear the fog and couldn't see clearly what was underneath. The old lady was silent for 2 seconds before she said, Han, your memory isn't very good after the car accident. This is a small matter. It's okay. How is this a small matter? I don't remember what happened before the accident. I don't even remember that I got married. Bailey Han was very agitated. He suppressed his emotions and growled, Grandma, are you hiding something from me? Han, calm down first. Don't get agitated. The old madam said anxiously. Sit down first. We'll talk about it slowly. Bailey Han sat on the sofa opposite her with a sullen face. Grandma, you have to make things clear today. The old madam held her forehead and hesitated. She didn't know if she should tell them about it. There was silence in the living room. Suddenly, the crisp sound of footsteps came from the door. Bailey Han looked up and saw a woman in a beige knitted cardigan walk in. He stared at her with his deep eyes. In his memory, he had never seen her before. Could she be his forgotten wife? Xia Dong stopped in her tracks. She hadn't expected Bailey Han to come home so suddenly. Was she going to pretend that she didn't know him now? Why was he looking at her with such a gaze? It was like a whirlpool that was going to suck her whole body in. She forced a smile and bowed politely. Old Madam, young master. When the old madam heard Xia Dong call them that, she knew that she had discovered something strange about Bailey Han. She sighed silently and said, Xia Dong, come and sit. Okay. Xia Dong deliberately sat further away from Bailey Han. From the moment she walked in until she sat down, Bailey Han's gaze followed her. He questioned her as if he was interrogating a criminal. You're Xia Dong. Are you my wife? Xia Dong was stunned. She didn't know where he found out about this. He looked at her coldly. Is that so? Xia Dong glanced at the old madam. Seeing that she didn't object, she nodded. I am. Then tell me, why don't I remember our marriage? Why have I forgotten so many things? I can't say. He said coldly, if that's the case, then let's get a divorce. You're not the one I love. His heartless words were like a sharp knife stabbing into her heart. Even though she knew that he didn't remember her, she couldn't help but feel sad. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. The old madam had a headache. After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't help but say, "Ahan, I object. You can't divorce Xiao Dong." "Then tell me the truth." Bailey Han's anger had reached its peak. He was suddenly told that he was married to a stranger that he couldn't remember at all. This anger was driving him crazy. The old madam's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Xiao Dong suddenly stopped her and said in a low voice, "Grandma, I agree to the divorce." She looked down to hide the deep sorrow in her eyes. She didn't look at them anymore. She got up and went upstairs. With her back facing them, tears fell quietly, but her voice sounded very calm. "Let's get the divorce done today. I'll go upstairs to prepare." The old madam called out to her back, "Xiao Dong." Xiao Dong paused in her footsteps. Finally, she lifted her foot and said, "Grandma, I'll go upstairs first." The living room returned to dead silence. The old madam rubbed her eyebrows and sighed. "Ahan, trust me. We didn't tell you the truth for your own good. You married Xiao Dong because you love her. Don't force her, and don't talk about divorcing her again. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the future." Bailey Han's face was cold. He said in a low voice, "I can't let Yunqian down." The old madam sighed heavily. "You broke up with Yunqian a long time ago. You married Xiao Dong after you broke up. You didn't let Yunqian down at all." Bailey Han's mind was in a mess. Everyone told him that he married Xiao Dong because he loved her, but he had no impression of it at all. Thinking of the hurt Yunqian had suffered, he couldn't abandon her now. He didn't listen to the old madam's advice anymore. He got up and went upstairs. The bedroom door wasn't locked. After he pushed it open, he saw a large wedding photo hanging on the wall beside the bed. In the photo, he was hugging Xiao Dong from behind. Xiao Dong leaned on his chest with a sweet smile on her face. He also had a smile on his face and his eyes were very gentle. In her impression, he rarely showed such a bright smile. Perhaps he loved her when they married, but why didn't he have any impression of it at all? Bailey Han pinched the space between his eyebrows. His heart was filled with irritation. Xiao Dong wasn't in the room. He heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He knocked on the door. The sound of running water became softer. Xiao Dong's hoarse voice came through. "I'll be out soon." After about a minute, Xiao Dong walked out of the bathroom. Her eyes were red. She forced a smile. "Wait for me. I'll go get the marriage certificate and the household register." With these things, she could go through the divorce procedures. He pursed his lips and said indifferently, "There's also the divorce agreement." She smiled bitterly, "You write it. I don't want anything. I just want the custody of the 3 children." There was an explosion in Bailey Han's head. His entire body froze, and his face was ashen. Children. They actually had children. Moreover, it was 3 children. After Xiao Dong said it, she realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to change her words. She saw him sitting on the sofa in a daze and hurriedly supported his arm. "Ahan, how are you? Are you all right?" Bailey Han suddenly grabbed her wrist. The hostility in his body suddenly rose and his eyes were like a bloodthirsty leopard as he stared at her. "If you don't tell me the truth, don't even think about getting custody of the 3 children. Must you force me like this?" On one hand, it was his safety. On the other hand, it was the custody of the 3 children. Was he forcing her to death? "Tell me." He stared at her fiercely. The strength in his hand increased and a sharp pain was transmitted from her wrist to her brain. She endured the pain and her eyes were filled with tears. "Ahan, I beg you. Don't force me anymore. I beg you." Her eyes were filled with pain. Her pleading voice gave him a sense of déjà vu. He angrily flung her hand away. Because he used too much strength, she almost fell. Fortunately, she caught the back of the chair in time. She covered her abdomen with one hand as tears rolled down her face. His eyes followed her hand, and only then did he notice that her abdomen was slightly bulging. It was a stark contrast to her delicate figure. His eyes narrowed and he asked coldly, "You're pregnant?" Xia Dong bit her lip. "Yes." He was silent for a moment before he said coldly, "Abort the child." Xia Dong stared at him in disbelief. "Ah Han, how can you say such a thing? The baby is more important. He's related to..." Her voice stopped abruptly. "What's related to?" He was relentless. Instead of answering, she asked, "Do you really want me to abort the child? I have no feelings for you. I also have no feelings for the baby in your stomach." "Good, good, what you said is really good. I don't care how much of a jerk you are. I won't abort the child." Xia Dong's heart had already been broken by him. She didn't expect him to be so cold and heartless when he was a complete stranger. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. She went straight to the cloakroom to pack her luggage. Before he returned to normal, she would go back to her previous place to stay. Xia Dong was also very emotional. She quickly packed her clothes and stuffed all her belongings into her luggage. Meanwhile, Bailey Han sat on the fabric sofa and looked at her coldly. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 230. In less than 10 minutes, Xia Dong had finished packing her suitcase. She dragged the huge suitcase to the door without even looking at Bailey Han. The suitcase was very heavy, and it was very difficult for her to go down the stairs. She was already panting from exhaustion when she was only halfway down the stairs. Ever since she became pregnant, she lacked exercise and her physical fitness was not as good as before. "Eldest young madam, what are you doing?" The butler saw Xia Dong holding the big suitcase and was very anxious. He ran up to her and snatched the suitcase from her hands. "How can you hold such a heavy thing?" Xia Dong smiled. "Butler, I want to stay at my aunt's house for 2 days. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Bao and the other 2 little guys." The butler was shocked. To put it nicely, she was going back to her mother's house. To put it bluntly, she was running away from home. He did not hear their conversation in the living room just now, so he naturally did not know that Bailey Han's memory was messed up again. He thought that the 2 of them were at loggerheads and hurriedly tried to persuade them. "Eldest young madam, husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, but make up at the end. Eldest young master has a bad temper, so if he said anything that made you unhappy, please forgive him." Xia Dong smiled bitterly. "Butler, I appreciate your kindness, but the matter between us is not that simple. Please tell old madam that I'm going back to my mother's house for 2 days. I'll find time to come back and see the children." She lifted the suitcase, but the old butler held it tightly and said, "Eldest young madam, don't be anxious. Why don't you tell old madam not to leave?" Xia Dong thought for a moment. If she just left like this, old madam might misunderstand. It was indeed safer to go upstairs and tell her. It was all her fault for being muddle-headed. The butler helped her to take the suitcase to the corridor and said, "Eldest young madam, leave the suitcase here first. I'll take it down when you come down." Xia Dong said her thoughts in front of old madam. "Grandma, I want to go back to my mother's house for 2 days." The old madam thought for a moment and said, "Did Ah Han say something?" Xia Dong was already very tired and didn't want to explain any more, so she said, "He's a little emotional right now. I want to wait for him to calm down. Maybe he'll be back to normal in 2 days. I'll come back then." Old madam sighed. "All right, but you have to explain to your aunt and uncle properly. Don't let them misunderstand, understand. I understand. I won't let them worry. I'm not worried about Grandma, Xiao Bao, and Xiao Yi, but I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Guai. The old madam nodded. Don't worry. I'll comfort the 3 children. As for Xiao Guai, I'll be careful. I won't let her get hurt. The old madam thought for a moment and said, Do you want me to send you back? No need, Grandma. I can go back by myself. Then take care of yourself. You're not alone now. Don't think too much. When Ahan recovers, I'll ask him to come and pick you up. Got it, Grandma. The old madam was very thoughtful. She asked the housekeeper to take 2 gift boxes and put them in Xiaodong's car. You can't go home empty-handed. These gifts are for your aunt and uncle. Thank you, Grandma. Since Xiaodong said that she was going back to her parents' home, she had to accept the old madam's kindness. The housekeeper helped Xiaodong carry her suitcase downstairs. She stood in the empty living room and looked back at the staircase. She saw Bailey Han slowly walking down the stairs. His handsome face was cold and there was no warmth in his eyes. Xiaodong gritted her teeth and turned around. His cold voice came from behind her. Sign the divorce agreement and you can go. She looked at him waving the document in his hand and her body stiffened. She didn't expect him to have prepared the divorce agreement in such a short time. No, I can't sign it today. Xiaodong ignored him and walked out. The housekeeper hurried to catch up with her suitcase. He was afraid that Bailey Han would catch up and force Xiaodong to sign it. The 2 of them, together with 1 suitcase, hurried to the garage. When Xiaodong drove past the gate, she saw Bailey Han standing there like a stone statue. He looked at her expressionlessly as she drove further and further away. He didn't say anything to stop her. The white BMW soon disappeared from the manor. Bailey Han's fingers tightened, and he crumpled the divorce agreement into a ball and threw it into the trash can. It didn't matter if she didn't want to sign it. He had a way to make her sign it. Mommy. Xiao Guai was still in a daze. He crawled out of bed and rubbed his sleepy eyes with his little hands. He wiggled his little butt and walked out of the room, planning to go downstairs to find his mommy. She hadn't fully woken up and her little head was still a little dizzy. She covered her mouth with her little hand and yawned. She didn't pay attention to the front and accidentally bumped into a pair of long legs. Bailey Han was bumped into by a little girl wearing Pikachu pajamas. He looked down at the little ball beside his legs and frowned slightly. Xiao Guai raised her head and rubbed her aching forehead. She blinked her big watery eyes and said in a childish voice, Daddy, didn't you go to the office today? Bailey Han looked at her. Her cheeks were fair and tender, and her hair was adorably curly, but her hair was a little sparse. She lifted her little face and pouted cutely. Her soft little hands hugged his leg. Daddy, you squatted down. My neck is so tired from looking at you like this. Her soft call of Daddy seemed to have crashed into his heart. He felt a warm current pass through his heart, and it was an indescribable feeling. He actually squatted down obediently and placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. He asked gently, What's your name? Xiao Guai pouted unhappily. Daddy, you're so strange today. I'm Gigai. You're Gigai. Bailey Han smiled faintly. Do you want me to hug you? The dissatisfaction on Xiao Guai's face immediately disappeared. She smiled and nodded. Okay, I want Daddy to hug me. Bailey Han picked her up. Her soft little body was very light. To Bailey Han, she was like a feather. He frowned. Gigai, why are you so light? Did you not eat properly? Xiao Guai hugged his neck with both hands and puffed up her cheeks. No, I eat properly. It's just that I'm always sick. That's why I'm so light. Always sick. Bailey Han looked at her carefully and realized that her face was indeed sickly pale. Her hair was also excessively thin. He couldn't help but feel a faint sense of pity. What illness does Gigai have? Xiao Guai's big eyes blinked. I don't know. But I have to go to the hospital for chemotherapy every few days. The smell of medicine in the hospital is terrible. She fanned her little hand in front of her nose and stuck out her tongue exaggeratedly. She looked extremely cute. Bailey Han's heart sank. Chemotherapy. Only very serious illnesses required chemotherapy. What illness did Gigai have? He suddenly remembered that Xia Dong was very worried about the baby just now. She even said that the baby was very important. It was related to what? Was it about Xiao Guai? His mind was a mess. All the information rushed out and messed up in his mind. There were only a few words. He wanted to straighten it out, but he didn't know where to start. There seemed to be a blurry image flashing past. What was it? Bailey Han tried his best to grab hold of it. He was like a person who had fallen into a fog and suddenly saw a light. He rushed towards the light like the wind. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and his head started to hurt. Daddy, what's wrong? Xiao Guai saw that Bailey Han's expression was not right. He frowned in pain and cried out anxiously, Daddy, where are you feeling unwell? Bailey Han was in so much pain that his vision turned black. However, he knew that he couldn't fall down now. He was still holding Gigai in his arms. He resisted the intense dizziness, bent down, and put Xiao Guai on the ground. Then, he fell down. Daddy, Daddy, sob, someone come, Daddy fainted. Xiao Guai was so scared that she started to cry. She shook Bailey Han's arm and shouted for help. When the servants heard her scream, they hurriedly ran upstairs. When they saw this scene, they were shocked and quickly called the others. Some were busy calling Su Zhi, some ran upstairs to report to the old madam and Bai Jinxiu, and some helped Bailey Han up from the ground and sent him back to his room. Old madam hurried downstairs with Bai Jinxiu's help. When she saw Xiao Guai crying, she held Xiao Guai up with heartache and said gently, Gigai, don't cry. Your daddy is fine. He'll get better soon. Xiao Guai's eyes were filled with tears. Great-grandma, is daddy really okay? Yes, trust me. He'll be fine. Your daddy is just too tired, so he needs to rest. Gigai, be good. Go out and play with Aunt Jing, okay? Xiao Guai was very sensible. Okay, daddy needs to rest. Gigai won't disturb him. Bailey Jing picked up this sensible Xiao Bao with pity and rubbed her cheek. Gigai, don't cry. Aunt Jing will tell you a story. Su Zhi listened to old madam briefly talk about Bailey Han's situation and said, Old madam, Han's situation is getting worse. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. Other than sighing, old madam didn't know what to say. Xia Dong was worried that her aunt and the others would be worried, so she didn't go to their house. Instead, she drove the car to the neighborhood where she used to live. It took her a lot of effort to move her suitcase upstairs. The furniture in the room was all covered with white cloth. After lifting it, there wasn't much dust. She spent more than an hour cleaning the room and another half an hour arranging the clothes in the wardrobe. Then, she drove to the nearby supermarket to shop. In short, she didn't allow herself to be idle. She didn't want to let her imagination run wild when she was idle. She carried 2 big shopping bags upstairs. As soon as she entered the elevator, she ran into her former neighbor, Sister Wang. Sister Wang greeted her warmly. Aya, Xiaoqi, why are you back? Ad Xinwu 799. Chapter 231. Xiaodong smiled. I came back to take a look at the apartment. Sister Wang glanced at the bag she was carrying. Why did you buy so many things? Xiaodong ran her fingers through her hair. I want to stay here for a couple of days. Did you have a fight with your husband? Xiaodong pursed her lips and did not deny it. There's no overnight feud between husband and wife. Don't run away from home so easily after a fight. It will hurt your relationship as a couple. Sister Wang patted her shoulder and comforted her. You should hurry back. Your husband might be looking for you right now. Xiaodong smiled. Thank you, Sister Wang. I'll remember that. I'm here. I'll get going first. Come down and play when you have time. She walked out of the elevator with the bags and took out the keys from her handbag. When she opened the door, she felt a little upset when she saw the empty room. Xiaodong had prepared a sumptuous dinner, but she had no appetite at all when faced with the table full of dishes. She put down her chopsticks and walked to the window unconsciously, wanting to see that familiar figure. There were cars driving in from the neighborhood downstairs. They were all people returning home after work, but there was no Rolls-Royce. She was about to leave when she saw a Lamborghini drive from the entrance of the neighborhood to the building downstairs. No one in the neighborhood owned such a flashy car. It was Bailey Yun. Her guess was right. 2 minutes later, a handsome figure stepped out of the car. His handsome appearance, elegant temperament, and luxurious and elegant outfit immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was like a celebrity who was the center of attention as he walked calmly into the building Xiaodong lived in. A few minutes later, Xiaodong looked at Bailey Yun who was standing at the door. She smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" Bailey Yun's beautiful foxy eyes twitched slightly. He said calmly, "Aren't you going to invite me in? Please come in." Xiaodong invited him in. Bailey Yun put his hands in his pockets and glanced around the dining room. "You haven't eaten yet." "I was just about to eat." "Have you eaten?" Xiaodong poured him a glass of water. "Not yet. If you don't mind, I want to eat with you." In fact, he was lying. He had already eaten dinner. "Of course I don't mind. Sit down first, I'll go get the rice." Xiaodong went to the kitchen, took a clean bowl and chopsticks, and served him a bowl of rice. Bailey Yun had changed. In the past, he would smile brightly and talk nonsense with her. Now, he was sitting in the chair, his handsome face expressionless. He was indifferent and calm, just like the second Bailey Han. The atmosphere was a little heavy. The two of them ate slowly, barely speaking. After dinner, Xiaodong cleaned up the dishes. Bailey Yun stopped her. "Let me do it. You're a guest. How can I let you clean up?" His entire aura had changed, and Xiaodong couldn't help but be polite to him. He looked at her with his slender eyes. Even though he had an extremely beautiful face, it still couldn't hide the frightening coldness. "Now, have I become a stranger to you?" She was stunned for a moment, then smiled at him. "No." "Then let go." His voice was cold, and his gaze was icy. Xiaodong almost thought that the person standing in front of her was Bailey Han. She retracted her hand stiffly. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Bailey Yun put on an apron and washed the pots and pans in the kitchen. The clanking sounds were like a happy melody. The two of them sat on the sofa and ate fruits. Bailey Yun suddenly said, "I heard." She looked at him in confusion. "What?" His beautiful fox-like eyes were gloomy. "About you and Bailey Han quarreling and getting a divorce." Other than the few days when he first returned to the country, when he stayed at the Gu mansion, he had moved back to his own place. He had gone to the Gu mansion just now to say goodbye to his family and planned to return to America. He didn't expect to hear that Xia Dong had moved back. She smiled awkwardly. Actually, it's not that serious. There's only a temporary problem between us. It'll be fine soon. He sneered. He's already treated you like that. Are you still unwilling to give up? He didn't do it on purpose. He paused and said, I'm going back to America tomorrow. Are you willing to go with me? She looked into his eyes seriously. Ah, Yun, I'm already your sister-in-law. This is a fact that will never change. His eyes were faintly cold, and his words were icy. Even if Bailey Han wants to divorce you, you won't give up on him. I won't. I believe that he'll get better. These words were not only directed at him, but also to encourage herself. I understand. Bailey Yun got up and walked towards the door. With his back facing her, he said coldly, the last time I left, you didn't come to send me off. This time, you don't have to send me off either. Ah Yun, Xia Dong followed behind him and chased him to the elevator. Ah Yun, have a safe trip. The elevator door slowly closed. Bailey Yun thought that after experiencing heart-wrenching pain once, he would be able to let her go. However, when he really stood in front of her, he still couldn't suppress the strong desire to snatch her away. He could only use coldness to wrap himself up and hide his true thoughts. Sitting in the car, he leaned back against the seat and looked at himself in the mirror. His heart was filled with disgust. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't compare to Bailey Han. He stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini sped toward the charm club. Xia Dong was the only one left in the empty room. She looked at the clock. Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi should have already returned home. If they found out that she wasn't around, would they be worried? Just as her thoughts were running wild, her phone suddenly rang. It was Xiao Bao's voice. Mom, why did you suddenly move back? The children didn't know that there was a foreign object in Bailey Han's brain. Xia Dong still hid it from them. She smiled and said, I just came to take a look at the old house. I'll be back in 2 days. Xiao Bao snorted, Mom, I already said that I'm not a 3-year-old child. Don't lie to me anymore. Dad suddenly fainted again and hasn't woken up yet. Is it related to Dad? What are you hiding from us? Xia Dong's heart tightened. Baby, how's your daddy now? Xiao Bao sighed. He hasn't woken up yet. Anyway, I've asked great-grandma and grandma, but they won't tell me what happened to Dad. Xiao Yi's voice suddenly came from the other end of the line. I want to talk to Mommy too. Xiao Bao said unhappily, I haven't finished speaking. Wait a moment. Xia Dong rubbed her brows and said gently, don't fight over it. Take your time. Xiao Yi's voice came from the other end. Mommy, are you used to living there alone? Do you want the servants to come over and take care of you? Xia Dong's heart softened. No need. Mommy can take care of myself. Xiao Yi, you're the older brother. You have to take care of your younger siblings, okay? Okay, Mommy. I know. Xia Dong successfully changed the topic to the 2 little guys' studies. She didn't answer their questions. The 3 of them chatted for nearly half an hour. She urged them to go to bed early before they reluctantly hung up the phone. Lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Her mind kept thinking about Bailey Han. He fainted again. Did that mean his condition had worsened? She finally fell asleep after midnight. Just as she fell asleep, she was woken up by the ringtone of her phone. It was Bailey Han. She quickly answered the call. She heard 2 words. Open the door. She opened the door in her pajamas. Bailey Han stood in front of her with a dark face. The hair on his forehead was wet with sweat. He was wearing a white shirt and his suit jacket was draped over his arm. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he panted heavily. He seemed to be in a hurry. He looked at her with a dark face and stared at her coldly. The trace of anticipation in her heart disappeared. She twisted her fingers together and smiled self-deprecatingly. "Are you here to ask me to sign the divorce agreement? Actually, you don't have to come in the middle of the night. I won't run away." Before she could finish speaking, he suddenly pulled her into his arms. He buried his head in her neck. "Why did you leave?" Xia Dong didn't dare to raise her head or speak. She was afraid that she was still dreaming. She only hugged his waist tightly and felt his strong heartbeat. He cupped her face and stared into her eyes. He looked emotional. "I woke up and suddenly realized that you were gone. I was about to go crazy. How could you leave me alone?" Xia Dong's nose twitched and tears almost fell. She tried her best to hold them back. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to come back and take a look. I was about to go crazy." He pulled her into his arms again. "Tell me, what happened? What do you mean by the divorce agreement you mentioned just now?" She bit her lip and tried to calm herself down. She patted his back with her right hand. "Hubby, your clothes are wet with sweat. Come in first and we can talk slowly." Bailey Han went to the bathroom to take a shower. Xia Dong looked for a long time but couldn't find any suitable clothes for him. She could only hang the bath towel on the bathroom door handle. "Hubby, I don't have any clothes for you. You can use the bath towel first. I'll go to the supermarket in the neighborhood to buy some clothes for you." "No need." Bailey Han's deep voice came from the bathroom. "It's not safe at this time of the night." Xia Dong scratched her head. "It's very close. It's okay." She didn't wait for his reply. She changed her shoes, took her wallet and keys, and hurried downstairs. When Bailey Han came out of the bathroom, she was already gone. He was worried about her. He still clearly remembered that the elevator in this building had broken down. He only hesitated for a second. Then he wrapped a bath towel around his waist, locked the door, and took the elevator downstairs to wait for her. Xia Dong walked into the corridor with shopping bags. The first thing she saw was a naked upper body. She screamed in fear. "Honey, it's me. Why did you come down dressed like this?" Xia Dong blushed and quickly pushed him into the elevator. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 232. His expression was calm. "It's early in the morning. No one will see." Xia Dong was both embarrassed and angry. "Please, there are surveillance cameras in this building. Many people will see you like this. They will definitely think you're an exhibitionist." If she guessed correctly, he was definitely not wearing anything under the towel. Because he was a clean freak, he would rather die than wear the underwear that he had just changed out of. "They won't dare to say anything," Bailey Han said indifferently, as if he was not the perverted exhibitionist in the surveillance cameras. Xia Dong held her forehead with one hand. She did not want to make any more comments. "How can my face be more important than your safety?" He turned to look at her. His tone was still indifferent, but it was deeply imprinted in her heart. She held his hand and interlocked their fingers. No matter how many difficulties there were in the future, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with him and bear them together. Xia Dong bought a set of men's pajamas with long sleeves and trousers. After all, it was already October and the weather was already cold. She took out a shirt from the shopping bag. "Put it on. Don't catch a cold." Bailey Han put on his shirt in the elevator. He still had a towel wrapped around his waist. It looked a little funny, but he did not mind at all. Xia Dong did not think much of it. In her eyes, no matter what he looked like, he would always be the handsome and charming Bailey Han. When she fell asleep, he hugged her in his arms and said softly, "Honey, we'll go home tomorrow." Okay. She leaned comfortably in his arms. "You still haven't told me what happened." He did not understand why he fainted at home. When he woke up, he could not remember what had happened. He did not even know why he fainted. Xia Dong closed her eyes and said softly, "Hubby, I'm so sleepy, we'll talk about it later, okay?" He kissed her forehead helplessly. "Okay, go to sleep." Xia Dong breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, she had to delay it for as long as possible. Maybe tomorrow, he would forget about it. However, Bailey Han was very persistent and didn't forget about it at all. During breakfast, he asked again. Xia Dong evaded his question. "Ah Han, did you tell your family that you came out last night? They must be very anxious. The butler saw me when I went out." Bailey Han wiped her lips with a tissue. "Don't change the subject, honey. Just answer my question." Xia Dong laughed dryly and said half-truthfully, "Actually, it's nothing much. Didn't you get into a car accident before? I heard from the doctor that it's just a little, really just a little, sequela. You will occasionally have headaches, and when the headaches are severe, you may faint. When you wake up, you will forget what happened that day." He looked at her suspiciously. "Is that really all?" She hurriedly promised, "Really, I'm not lying to you." His eyes narrowed. "Then what about the divorce agreement?" Xia Dong stared at him innocently. "You really don't remember? You were the one who suggested it." "If I remembered, why would I ask you?" Bailey Han pinched his forehead. "Because of Su Yunqian, we quarreled yesterday. In a fit of anger, you said you wanted a divorce and even prepared the divorce agreement. I brought it up to calm you down. Why did we quarrel?" Bailey Han had no recollection of what she said. "Did I really ask for a divorce?" "Because I wasn't happy that you went to visit Su Yunqian." In order to hide the truth, Xia Dong took the blame for the quarrel and lied as if it was true. "You felt guilty towards her, so you went to visit her often. I was worried that you would fall in love with her again. You were very angry at that time, so you asked for a divorce." "No, that's impossible. No matter how angry I was, I couldn't have asked for a divorce." Bailey Han couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. "But you said it. You also said that I couldn't take the 3 children away." She thought of the grievances she had suffered yesterday and didn't need to pretend at all. Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her sad tears, Bailey Han immediately panicked. He couldn't care less about the loopholes in her words. He walked to her side and hugged her. "I'm sorry, wifey. I really don't remember. Forgive me for saying such disgraceful things." She looked up at him with teary eyes. "You're not getting a divorce." He looked annoyed. "Don't talk about divorce again. I'm about to die from regret. How could I be so foolish to say such things?" Her eyes were brimming with tears and her expression was extremely pitiful. "You really didn't do it on purpose?" "I swear, I definitely didn't do it on purpose." A certain someone hadn't realized that his attention had been diverted again. Who asked him to feel sorry for his wife? She said aggrievedly, "All right then, I forgive you. If you talk about divorce again, I'll run away from home again." "Don't talk about divorce again." He looked flustered and exasperated as he spoke through gritted teeth. She buried her face in his chest and her lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Wifey, even if I visit Yunqian often, I won't have any other thoughts. You have to believe me. Right now, I just want to grow old with you." He thought that she had really quarreled with him because of this matter, so he comforted her in a low voice. She hugged him tightly. Okay, I know. I won't misunderstand you in the future. Good girl. He gently stroked her hair. I'll help you pack up. We'll go home now. She obediently agreed. The two of them cleaned up the kitchen together and started to pack up the big suitcase that Xia Dong had brought back. Bailey Han was afraid that she would overwork herself, so he let her sit by the bed and give instructions. He put all the things that she had placed outside back into the suitcase. Bailey Han put the suitcase into the trunk of her car and found that there were 2 gift boxes inside. He looked at Xia Dong in confusion. Xia Dong explained, I told Grandma yesterday that I was going back to my parents' house. Grandma prepared these gifts for me. He smiled. Since the gifts are prepared, let's go to your aunt's house. Ever since Su Yunqian's incident, he hadn't accompanied her back to her parents' house. It was time to visit the two of them. Xia Yun was originally worried that Bailey Han's feelings for Xia Dong would change because of Su Yunqian's kidnapping. Now that she saw the two of them coming to visit, she was extremely happy and couldn't stop smiling. She quickly called Gao Mingyuan and told him to go to the supermarket to buy groceries after class and come home early. After more than an hour, Gao Mingyuan came back with big and small bags. Xia Dong helped her aunt wash the vegetables and cook while Bailey Han played chess with her uncle. The family was happy and harmonious. Everything would have been perfect if that phone call hadn't happened. At the dining table, Bailey Han's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said politely, "Excuse me, I have to take a call." He took the phone and walked to the balcony. "Auntie, what's the matter?" Mrs. Su sighed. "Ah Han, I'm sorry to bother you. You didn't come to the hospital this morning and Yunqian is throwing a tantrum. I want to ask you, when will you come over?" Bailey Han glanced in the direction of the living room. "I have something to do here, so I can't leave for now. I'll be there in the evening." Bang! A loud sound came from the other end of the phone. Bailey Han frowned. "Auntie, what's wrong?" Nothing. Yunqian threw a tantrum and flipped the chair over. "Your uncle is in the ward trying to calm her down." Bailey Han pinched his forehead. "She's very emotional now." "Yes, she's been nagging since this morning. She's been waiting for you to come. She said that she wants you to take her to see the sunrise. After that, she cried and threw a tantrum. Now she refuses to eat. Sigh, she hasn't eaten since this morning. This child is really worrying me to death." Bailey Han tightened his grip on the phone and said in a deep voice, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll be at the hospital in about an hour." Mrs. Su choked. "Ah Han, thank you so much." Bailey Han looked at the kind Xia Yun couple and Xia Dong, who was smiling brightly. He didn't know what to say. After dinner, Xia Dong helped her aunt clean up the dishes. He and his uncle sat on the sofa and chatted. During this time, he raised his hand to look at his watch. Gao Mingyuan smiled and said, "Ah Han, do you have something to do? If you do, hurry up and do it." Xia Yun's voice came from the kitchen. "Yes, Ah Han, it's good enough that Xia is with us. Go do your thing first." Bailey Han smiled apologetically. "My friend has some problems and wants me to go over and help her deal with it." "Then hurry up and go," Gao Mingyuan urged him. "Don't let her wait for too long." "Okay, uncle, auntie, I'll go first. Honey, stay here and chat with them. I'll come and pick you up in the evening." Bailey Han put on his coat. Xia nodded and pushed Xia Dong's arm. "Xia Dong, go and see Ah Han off." Xia Dong wiped her hands and followed Bailey Han out. When they reached the elevator, Bailey Han held her hand and said, "Honey, I'm going to the hospital. There's something wrong with Yunqian. You stay here and wait for me to pick you up. Xiaodong helped him adjust his collar and said, okay, I'll wait for you. Be careful on the road. His eyes were full of smiles as he lowered his head and kissed her lips. When Bailey Han arrived at the hospital, the situation was very bad. Su Yunqian blocked the door of the ward and shouted that no one was allowed to enter. She also didn't allow the nurses to clean up the room. Su Bolin and his wife tried their best to persuade her, but she refused to listen. She locked the door and hid inside alone. Seeing Bailey Han coming over, Su Bolin and his wife looked as if they had seen their savior. They said, Han, please persuade Yunqian. Bailey Han knocked on the door. Yunqian, it's me. I'm here. Open the door and let me in. Su Yunqian's voice was a little hoarse. Who are you? I'm Bailey Han. She shouted hysterically, I don't believe it. You're not Han. You must be lying to me. Bailey Han said patiently, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, open the door and take a look. Ad Shinwu 799. Chapter 233. Su Yunqian didn't believe him and asked, what if you're lying to me? Bailey Han said in a low voice, if I'm lying to you, then close the door and don't let anyone in. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she said, okay, I'm going to open the door. Stand back. Bailey Han took a few steps back, and Su Bolin and his wife also took a few steps back. The door opened with a click. Su Yunqian stood at the door with her hair disheveled. The room was in a mess. The food was spilled all over the floor, the chair was overturned, and the quilt on the bed was thrown to the ground. She looked at Bailey Han seriously and suddenly grinned. You're really Han. Bailey Han nodded. See, I didn't lie to you. She pouted. Why didn't you come to see me in the morning? Bailey Han pursed his lips and said, I'm sick. Su Yunqian approached him and put her hand on his forehead. She asked worriedly, do you have a fever? Are you better now? He pulled her hand down and led her into the room. I'm better now. The room is very messy. Get someone to clean it up. Okay. Gigai followed behind him and sat on the sofa. The nurse hurried in to clean up. Su Yunqian had spilled a meal, so Su Bolin asked someone to buy a new one. It happened to be delivered. He put the food on the coffee table. Yunqian, you haven't eaten yet. Eat something first. Han, I want you to feed me. Su Yunqian stuffed the chopsticks into Bailey Han's hand and smiled like an innocent child. Bailey Han held the chopsticks stiffly. Mrs. Su hurriedly said, Yunqian, you're an adult. You have to eat by yourself. You can't let others feed you anymore. Su Yunqian burst into tears. But I just want Han to feed me. Otherwise, I won't eat. Mrs. Su had a headache. Su Bolin sighed. Han, Yunqian is like a child now. Just treat her like Xiaojing. Father Su was right. He should just treat her like a child. Bailey Han took a tissue and wiped the tears off Su Yunqian's face. He said softly, don't cry. Come, let's eat. He picked up her favorite dishes and fed them to her. She ate with relish and said with a smile, I want you to feed me in the future too. Bailey Han smirked. If you don't throw tantrums in Gigai in the future, I'll feed you. She nodded heavily. I won't lose my temper anymore. I promise I'll come to see you every day, but not necessarily in the morning. So, you're not allowed to lose your temper if you don't see me in the morning. Do you understand? All right, I'll remember that. Good girl. Bailey Han coaxed her in the way he coaxed a child. Su Bolin and his wife felt their hearts ache. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, Bailey Yun took his small suitcase and embarked on his journey to New York. This time, it would be a long time before he returned. This time, only Bailey Xiong came to see him off. Bailey Xiong looked at his youngest son who was even taller than him. His eyes couldn't help but moisten. He patted his shoulder and said, "Ah Yun, take good care of your body. No matter what happens, you must remember that we will always be your family." "I got it, Dad." Bailey Yun hugged his father. "Dad, my mom has been with you for a lifetime. I hope you can treat her well." "I will." Bailey Xiong was full of guilt towards Lu Xiaoxiao. He kept satisfying her with material and money. In the airport hall, a notice to remind passengers to board rang. Bailey Yun carried his suitcase, waved at Bailey Xiong, and turned around with a smile. "Goodbye, City A, goodbye, my love." Bailey Yun found his seat in the first-class cabin. After sitting down, he took out his earphones and stuffed them into his ears. "Day I lost my love." It was so sad that it made people despair. A deep sense of helplessness enveloped him like a tide, pulling him into the abyss of despair, almost suffocating him. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder gently, as if pulling him out of the abyss. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the owner of the hand. A cute round face with a bright smile and eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Her voice was sweet and pleasant. "Bailey Yun, we meet again." Bailey Yun was startled and took off his earphones. "It's you, Li." "Li Bao Bao," she smiled even more brightly. "No, it's Li Duobao." She pointed at the dining car beside her. "What kind of drink do you like?" "Apple juice." Seeing her round face and cute smile, he thought of a big red apple. "Okay, please wait a moment." Li Duobao skillfully poured a glass of apple juice and placed it in front of him. "Please enjoy." When Li Duobao pushed the dining car and was about to leave, Bailey Yun called out to her. "Li Duobao, has the injury on your leg healed?" She smiled. "It's healed a long time ago." "When are you returning?" "The day after tomorrow." "Because it's a long flight, we can rest for a day." Bailey Yun took out a name card and handed it to her. "This is my name card. If you're bored, you can call me. I'll take you around New York." Her beautiful face revealed a look of surprise. Bailey Yun raised his charming foxy eyes. "Don't think too much. I'm just trying to make up for my mistake last time." Li Duobao patted her chest exaggeratedly. "Then I'm relieved." Bailey Yun was angry and amused. "Am I that uncharming?" She smiled mischievously. "It's because you're extremely charming that I'm worried. I'm afraid that I'll be charmed by you." Bailey Yun's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, a guest in front called the stewardess. Li Duobao smiled embarrassedly. "I have to work." "Go ahead." In the subsequent flight, Li Duobao came to the first-class cabin a few more times. However, because they were busy, they didn't talk anymore. When the plane arrived at its destination, Li Duobao stood at the exit and bowed to the passengers. Bailey Yun deliberately walked at the back. When he passed by her, he said, "Li Duobao, I've always wanted to ask you. Have you ever hated that senior who lied to you?" Li Duobao was stunned for a moment before he realized what he was talking about. He smiled and said, "I hated him very much at that time, but I didn't hate him anymore. I even thanked him. If he hadn't told me the truth at that time and had only told me when I was in love with him for a long time, I would have been even sadder." Bai Liyun's eyes flickered as he pondered. Li Duobao continued, "We have to thank those who make us feel pain and despair. It's because we feel pain and despair that we start a new life." Bailey Yun chuckled. I didn't expect you to say something so philosophical. Xia Dong was so heartless to him. Did she want him to start a new life? She touched her nose embarrassedly. Actually, this sentence was said by Yu. I stole it. Bailey Yun's smile became even brighter. No matter what, I have to thank you. She blinked. You're welcome. I'm leaving. Remember to call me whenever you want to visit New York. He casually brushed the hair on his forehead, put on his sunglasses, and waved coolly. Goodbye. Li Duobao bowed. Please take care. Xia Dong stayed at her aunt's house until 5 in the afternoon. Bailey Han drove her home. When she got home, the children had also come back from kindergarten. When they saw Xia Dong, they swarmed over and hugged her legs as they cheered. They looked so happy that it was as if they had not seen each other for years. At night, the 3 little rascals were still in their room and refused to leave. Bailey Han snorted on Xiao Bao's and Xiao Yi's heads. You 2 rascals, go back and rest. Don't stay here and steal my wife. Xiao Guai lay in Xia Dong's arms and giggled. Xiao Bao snorted. Dad, are you trying to steal Mom from us? Xiao Yi was speechless. Xiao Bao, let's admit defeat. We don't have a wife. Xiao Bao blinked her large eyes. Speaking of which, Xiao Yi, why don't we go back to our room and discuss what kind of wife we should marry in the future? Xiao Yi nodded seriously. This is a question worth discussing. Let's go back to our room. The 2 little rascals looked like they were good brothers as they rolled back to their room with their arms around each other's shoulders. Bailey Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He picked up his cute little daughter from Xia Dong's arms. Gigai, say goodnight to Mommy. Daddy will take you back to your room to rest. Xiao Guai waved her soft little hand and said goodnight with a smile. He finally coaxed the 3 little rascals back to their room. Bailey Han hugged his dear wife contentedly. He bit her earlobe and whispered, Honey, I missed you. Xia Dong deliberately pretended not to understand his hint and smiled brightly. Hubby, you don't have to miss me. Look, I'm in your arms right now. Bailey Han bit her little ear hard. Little rascal, you're deliberately twisting my meaning. I'm going to punish you. She shrunk her neck and laughed in his arms. How are you going to punish me? Do some exercises before bed. He nuzzled her neck and his hands sneaked under her clothes unruly. He caressed her breasts, which had become even more pink because of her pregnancy. Xia Dong avoided his mischievous hands and her cheeks were flushed red from shyness. But I'm already very tired. Have you heard of a saying? Bailey Han quietly unbuttoned her bra from the back. His palms landed on the 2 soft areas and gently squeezed them. She couldn't help but moan softly. Her head tilted back, revealing her beautiful curves. She trembled for a while before she asked, what saying? He didn't stop and skillfully kneaded her breasts. He buried his head in her neck and chuckled. There's no land that's ruined by plowing, only cows that are exhausted to death. Xia Dong's cheeks were burning. She couldn't help but push him. You're so naughty. If I'm not naughty, how can I make you love me more? He said one sentence after another, which made her blush and her heart beat faster. But, the child. Xia Dong worriedly placed her hand on her stomach. He gently bit her collarbone and whispered, I'll protect the child well, honey. Don't worry and leave you to me. She saw his scorching gaze, which was filled with tenderness and love. His forehead was already wet with sweat. Sweat slid down his naked upper body and muscular chest. She knew that he had endured for a long time. She also knew that he had strong self-control and wouldn't hurt her and the baby. Full of trust, she finally gave up her shyness. She reached out her arms and hugged his neck. Bailey Han kissed Xia Dong's cheek. The tip of his tongue slid towards her earlobe. The numb feeling made her shiver uncontrollably. Hubby. Hubby. Xia Dong murmured uneasily. Her body moved impatiently, as if she was anticipating something. Her voice was different from usual. It was gentle and seductive. Her seductive gaze made Bailey Han's desire soar, almost shattering his rationality. He carried her onto the bed and placed his hands on both sides of her body, trying his best to keep a distance from her bulging belly. He lowered his head and sealed her soft lips with his thin lips domineeringly. He forcefully invaded her mouth and entangled his tongue with hers. Ah. Xia Dong felt like her body was a puddle of water, completely melting into his enchanting masculine scent. The strong attack made her almost unable to breathe. After being pregnant, her body was more sensitive than usual. At this moment, because of his kiss, her body had already ignited a flame, burning her rationality. Hubby. I feel so uncomfortable. Xia Dong's hair was already wet with sweat. Her black hair was scattered on the bright red bedsheets, looking incomparably beautiful. Her eyes were misty, her cheeks were flushed, and her lips were swollen from the kiss. It was both beautiful and beautiful. Bailey Han's eyes were deep, intertwined with deep desire. There was a charming smile on his handsome face. He leaned against her neck, enjoying her soft and boneless charm. As he kissed her, he whispered, "Wifey, don't worry. I'll make you feel good." Xia Dong closed her eyes shyly. Her body was tense and her white jade-like feet were trembling slightly. Her entire body was tinged with a faint pink. Bailey Han's hot hands continued to wander around her body. Suddenly, he pulled off the last piece of underwear on her body. He was worried about the baby, so every movement was very slow. The torturous feeling was simply maddening. His movements slowly increased. The scorching flames burned in her body, almost burning her to ashes. In the end, fireworks seemed to explode in her mind. Her vision was white as she lay on his chest, panting. Bailey Han hugged her gently and laid her flat beside him. After she rested for a while, he carried her into the bathroom. He carefully washed her with hot water and wiped her with a dry towel. During the entire process, Xia Dong kept her eyes closed and leaned in his arms. She was so tired that she couldn't even move her fingers. After he put on a bathrobe for her and carried her back to the bed, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Welfare, Hongcha 866. Chapter 234. Su Yunqian had been hospitalized for more than a month. Every day, Bailey Han would go to the hospital to take care of her. Old Madam, Bai Jinxiu, and the others would also visit her from time to time. Once, Xia Dong also went to the hospital under Bailey Jing's invitation. Xia Dong was not in a hurry to enter the ward. She was worried that she would agitate Su Yunqian. Instead, she stood at the door and watched for a while. After making sure that her mood had not deteriorated, she walked in. That was the first time she had watched Bailey Han personally feed Su Yunqian. Her feelings were very complicated. She felt guilty towards Su Yunqian and supported Bailey Han in taking care of her. However, when she saw Bailey Han treating Su Yunqian so intimately with her own eyes, she still felt very uncomfortable. Old Madam and Bai Jinxiu had long been accustomed to it and were not surprised. On the contrary, Bailey Jing quietly leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't be jealous. Big brother said that he would take care of Su Yunqian just like he would take care of me." Xia Dong curled her lips and was grateful for her thoughtfulness. After that, Xia Dong followed Bailey Jing to visit Su Yunqian a few times. Every time Su Yunqian saw her, she would smile sweetly and affectionately call her beautiful sister. Xiaodong felt awkward when she heard it, but she could only smile and agree. The baby in Xiaodong's stomach was already 20 weeks old. It was time for a checkup. She had made an appointment with Lin Shihao in advance, and Bailey Han accompanied her. There were many pregnant mothers waiting outside the obstetrics and gynecology department for a checkup. Bailey Han held her arm as if he was serving the Empress Dowager. Many people looked up at them, especially the expectant mothers who came alone for a pregnancy checkup. Their eyes were filled with envy. Xiaodong lowered her voice in embarrassment. I can walk on my own. Actually, her belly didn't look big, so it didn't affect her movements at all. Bailey Han chuckled. That won't do. Even if you agree, the baby won't agree. I'm supporting the baby. Looking at his proud expression, Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh. When she arrived at the waiting area, there were only 2 people in front of Xiaodong. Just as it was almost Xiaodong's turn, Bailey Han suddenly received a phone call from Lucy Heo. Xiaodong smiled and said, "Answer the phone first. Come and find me later." Lin Shihao's face turned grave as he examined her. Xiaodong's heart tightened. Her fingers gripped the corner of her clothes tightly as she asked nervously, "Shihao, is there something wrong with the baby?" Lin Shihao shook his head. "The baby is normal. However, we found a tumor in your uterus. The possibility of it being malignant is very high. We still need to do further tests." Xiaodong widened her eyes in disbelief. After a few seconds, she asked, "Shihao, if it's a malignant tumor, how do we treat it?" "You need surgery to abort the baby and remove the uterus." Xiaodong felt as if she had been struck by lightning, but she quickly calmed down. "Even if it's a malignant tumor, I can't abort the baby. Shihao, I beg you, don't tell Han about this first." Lin Shihao looked at Xiaodong's pleading eyes and finally nodded. "Dr. Lin, how's the situation?" Bailey Han finished the phone call and walked into Lin Shihao's office. Lin Shihao smiled. "The baby is developing very well. He already has hearing and memory. You can start the most basic prenatal education." Bailey Han asked again, "How's my wife's health?" Lin Shihao's smile faded a little. "She's also very healthy." Before Bailey Han came in, Xiaodong had already made an appointment with Lin Shihao for a further checkup. She decided to hide the uterine fibroids from Bailey Han and her family. Bailey Han helped Xiaodong into the car. When he buckled her seatbelt, he pressed his face against her stomach and chuckled softly. "Baby, it's Daddy. Daddy is going to take you and Mommy home now." He gently caressed her stomach. As if he had heard his voice, the baby suddenly kicked him with his little foot. He immediately smiled. "Wifey, the baby heard me. The baby is so obedient." Xiaodong placed her hand on the back of his hand. There was a gentle smile on her face, but there was an unknown sadness hidden in her heart. The next day, Xiaodong went to the People's Hospital without telling anyone. She did a more detailed checkup. The results showed that the tumor was malignant. Xiaodong leaned against the hospital bed and froze. Lin Shihao didn't know how to comfort her. After a moment of silence, he said, "Are you really not going to have the surgery?" Xiaodong nodded stiffly. "This baby concerns Xiao Guai's life. I have to give birth to him. Get some rest first. I'll ask Siki to take you back." Xiaodong forced a smile. "No, it's okay. I can go back by myself. You go ahead." Although Xiaodong pretended to be strong and acted as if nothing had happened, Lin Shihao was still worried. He called Yi Siki and asked her to go to the hospital to accompany Xiaodong. When Yi Siki heard that Xiaodong was sick, she hung up the phone and rushed to the hospital. When she saw Xiaodong lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, her heart ached. She sat by the bed and asked, Xia Xia, how are you feeling now? Xia Dong smiled. Didn't I ask Shihao not to tell you? Why did you still come over? Silly girl, is there a need to be so polite between us? Yisiki brushed away the hair on her forehead and pulled out a tissue to wipe the sweat on her forehead. Xia Dong held her hand. Yezi, you have to keep my illness a secret. Don't tell Ahan. Why? Don't tell me you want to bear the pain and pressure alone. As long as I can hold on until the 40th week and give birth to the children, I can go for the operation. I don't want them to suffer with me. Yisiki sighed. You're too silly. If I were Bailey Han, I would definitely want to bear the pressure with you. Xia Dong smiled bitterly. If I can't hold on until then, how do you expect Ahan to choose between me and the two children? Instead of making him suffer, it's better for me to make the decision alone. If there was no time for the operation, she would rather give up her life and save the two children. No matter how Yisiki tried to persuade her, Xia Dong insisted on her own way of thinking. She wanted to bear all of this alone. Yisiki accompanied her for lunch and walked around for a while to relax. Then he drove her back to the entrance of the old mansion. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Yisiki hugged her when they got out of the car. I know, Yezi. You have to be happy too. Live well with Shihao. Xia Dong asked the chauffeur to send Yisiki home. Because of Xia Dong's matter, Yisiki was also very depressed. She was still thinking about all sorts of things when she was cooking dinner. She almost cut her finger when she was cutting vegetables. She sighed, put away her thoughts, and focused on cutting vegetables. That night, Lin Shihao got off work early. Seeing that she was still busy in the kitchen, he immediately grabbed the spatula from her hand and chased her out of the kitchen to let her rest. During dinner, she was still a little absent-minded. Lin Shihao noticed and deliberately told Yisiki something interesting happened in the hospital. Nyonyo giggled and pushed Yisiki's arm. Mommy, Daddy's joke is so funny. Why aren't you laughing? Ha! Only then did Yisiki realize that the father and son were staring at her with smiles on their faces. She quickly laughed dryly and patted her daughter's head. It's very funny. Ha, ha, Lin Shihao and his daughter despised her together. Nyonyo, your mommy's reaction is so slow. She only found the joke funny after we finished laughing. Nyonyo made a face. Yeah, mommy is so stupid. Yisiki purposely raised her eyebrows angrily. Are you laughing at me? Nyonyo stuck out her tongue and snickered. No, we just think that mommy is so cute because she's so stupid. Lin Shihao patted Yisiki's head just like how he patted Nyonyo's head. He said seriously, honey, you have to admit your shortcomings. You can't hide your illness for fear of treatment. Nyonyo exclaimed and raised her little hand in surprise. Daddy, I know what it means to hide one's illness for fear of treatment. Our teacher taught us that before. Then Nyonyo will explain to your mommy what it means to hide one's illness for fear of treatment, in case she's too stupid to understand. You too, that's enough. If you continue talking, you won't have breakfast tomorrow. Yisiki snorted and threatened them with a smile. Aya, Nyonyo is so scared. Nyonyo patted her little chest adorably. Lin Shihao laughed. Don't be afraid, Nyonyo. Daddy will make breakfast tomorrow. That's great. Mommy can't threaten us now. The father and daughter sang the same tune. Yisiki didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her depressed mood was also relieved a lot. After breakfast, they watched TV for a while. Yisiki took her daughter to take a shower. Lin Shihao was checking his daughter's homework when his cell phone suddenly rang. He didn't need to look to know who was calling. During this period, Bai Meiwei had been texting or calling him at this time every night, but he had never replied. Lin Shihao hung up again. 2 minutes later, he received a text message. Senior, I'm pregnant. I'm at Charm Bar right now. If you don't come over, I'll tell Yisiki about this. Pregnant. These 2 words were like a bolt from the blue. Lin Shihao couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His limbs were cold, and he almost stopped breathing. His relationship with Siki had just improved, and now Bai Meiwei's pregnancy had suddenly popped up. How should he deal with it? Lin Shihao sat on the sofa dejectedly. He hugged his head with both hands, and his mind was in a mess. His cell phone rang again. It was a text from Bai Meiwei. Senior, I'll call Yisiki in an hour. Lin Shihao suddenly stood up. Yisiki came out of the bathroom and saw this scene. She was shocked. Hubby, why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Shihao said stiffly, I have a headache. I'm going out to buy some medicine. Okay, go quickly. Yisiki didn't suspect anything. She took his coat and helped him put it on. Lin Shihao almost didn't dare to look her in the eye. He took his car keys and hurried out. Beauty novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 235. Yisiki felt that his expression was a little strange. She thought that it was because of his headache, so she didn't think too much about it. After returning to the room, she found his wallet on the bedside table and quickly called him. The phone rang a few times before he answered. Honey, what's wrong? Yisiki said, Hubby, you left your wallet at home. Wait for me downstairs. I'll send it down for you. No need. I still have some money in my pocket. Oh, okay then. Go and come back quickly. There was a pharmacy just outside their neighborhood. It would take more than half an hour to go there. Lin Shihao drove the car out of the underground garage. He used the GPS to find the location of Charm's Say and sped all the way to the destination. When he arrived at the bar, Bai Meiwei was sitting in the corner of the hall, drinking. She was wearing a light yellow dress. She tilted her head and looked at him with intoxicated eyes. Senior, you're here. Lin Shihao snatched the wine glass from her hand. Meiwei, tell me clearly. What's with the pregnancy? Bai Meiwei smiled foolishly. I'm pregnant. It's been 6 weeks. Senior, what do you think I should do now? Lin Shihao was about to go crazy. If he hadn't been so panicked at that time and let her take the emergency contraceptive pill, this wouldn't have happened. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Meiwei, you should abort this child. He had already made a decision on the way here. You want me to abort the child? Bai Meiwei widened her eyes in disbelief. Senior, you're a doctor. Don't you know how much damage a woman's body will suffer from an abortion? Moreover, this is our baby. How can you be so cruel? I know that an abortion will hurt you, but Meiwei, the two of us have no future. I can't give you happiness. If the child is born, it will only cause trouble for us. Even if I let you down, we can't have this child. Lin Shihao mustered up a lot of courage to say these words. He was also full of guilt towards Bai Meiwei. I don't care. I want to give birth to this child. Tears streamed down Bai Meiwei's face. Senior, you can't be so cruel. I love this child. You can't force me to give him up. Lin Shihao's deep eyes were filled with pain. Meiwei, you're still young and have a bright future ahead of you. You can't ruin yourself because of this child. I beg you, give up on the child. No, I don't want to listen. Bai Meiwei shook her head frantically, crying hysterically, Senior, I beg you, let me keep this child. As long as you keep the child, I won't bother you anymore. Mei Wei, you're drunk. Calm down first. Seeing that she was so agitated, Lin Shihao knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, so he softened his tone and said, let's talk about this again after we calm down. Bai Meiwei's face was covered in tears. Lin Shihao sighed and handed her a tissue. She didn't take it. She bit her lip and cried silently. Lin Shihao hesitated for a moment, but still helped her wipe her tears. She suddenly grabbed his hand and looked at him with teary eyes. Senior, how am I not as good as Yisiki? Lin Shihao stared into her eyes and said slowly, Mei Wei, you're very good. You're beautiful, young, and talented. But I love Siki. Even if Bai Mei Wei was perfect, he didn't love her. Bai Mei Wei's eyes filled with tears again. Let's go. I'll take you home first. You're drunk. Lin Shihao stood up and stretched out his right hand. Bai Mei Wei reached out and placed her hand in his. With his help, she stood up. She didn't know how much she had drunk, but she wasn't drunk. She clearly understood that this man didn't love her and didn't want the baby in her arms. But she wanted to give the baby a complete family. Lin Shihao helped her into the car. He focused on driving without looking sideways. She leaned back in her seat and turned to look out the window. The night view of the city was mesmerizing. The lights were bright, but to her, it was filled with sadness. Bai Mei Wei bit her lip and held back the tears in her eyes. She stroked her belly with her right hand and secretly made up her mind that she had to give the baby a complete family. She couldn't act rashly anymore. She had to adopt a rational strategy. Lin Shihao walked her to the door of the villa. She turned to look at him. Under the light, she revealed a pale smile. Senior, thank you for taking me home. I was drunk just now. Don't take what I said to heart. I will carefully consider whether or not to give up on the child. Lin Shihao said in a low voice, You're tired. Go back and rest early. We'll talk about the child in 2 days. Okay. She obediently opened the car door and got out of the car. She stood by the roadside and waved at him. Lin Shihao nodded and drove away. He rushed back to the neighborhood as fast as he could. After entering the elevator, he carefully adjusted his clothes in the mirror inside the elevator. He took a few deep breaths before he walked out of the elevator with a calm expression. Lin Shihao opened the door with his key. After he walked in, he found Yisiki sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Perhaps she had waited for too long because she had fallen asleep. Her body leaned against the back of the chair and she slept very hard. He didn't even have time to take off his jacket. He bent down and picked her up and walked to the bedroom. Yisiki wasn't a deep sleeper. She woke up after he took 2 steps. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, Hubby, why were you gone for so long? Did you buy the medicine? Does your head still hurt? Lin Shihao hugged her tightly. The pharmacy in the neighborhood didn't have that kind of medicine, so I went further away to buy it. My head doesn't hurt anymore. Okay, that's good. You must have been working too hard. That's why you have a headache. I'll buy some nutritious food for your brain tomorrow. Yisiki reached out and hugged his neck. Lin Shihao felt guilty and touched. He said gently, Honey, you don't have to wait for me in the future. If you're tired, go to sleep first. He felt very sad when he saw her sleeping so hard on the sofa. Okay, I know. She rubbed against his chest comfortably. She hadn't done that intimate action in a long time. Lin Shihao kissed her forehead and put her on the bed. Honey, go to sleep first. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. She answered lazily. She crawled under the covers and quickly closed her eyes. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Lin Shihao looked at the foggy mirror. His face was a blur. He clenched his fists in pain. Bai Meiwei's sorrowful cries and Siki's trusting gaze intertwined in his mind. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Life went on. Some people were in pain, while others were in bliss. Xia Dong had already begun to feel the pain caused by the tumor. Her stomach ached, her back ached, and she felt as if she was falling. Actually, before she was diagnosed, she had felt the same way. However, she had always thought that it was a normal condition of pregnancy and didn't take it to heart. When she woke up in the morning, her stomach started to hurt again. She held her stomach and sat on the bed, not wanting to move for a long time. Bailey Han finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Seeing that she didn't look too good, he strode over and asked anxiously, "Honey, is your stomach hurting?" Xia Dong looked up at him and smiled. "No, the baby kicked me just now." Bailey Han's expression brightened. He stroked her stomach gently and smiled. "Baby, don't torture your mommy anymore. Otherwise, when you come out, Daddy will spank your butt." Xia Dong cried out, "Aya." The baby moved. "He must be unhappy with what you said." After the baby moved a little, her stomach actually didn't hurt anymore. Bailey Han deliberately put on a stern face. "Little brat, you dare to protest against Daddy now. When you grow up, you'll turn the sky upside down." Xia Dong hurriedly covered his mouth. "You're so annoying. Don't scare the child. The doctor said that the baby now has hearing and memory. He will remember what you said." Bailey Han held her hand and chuckled. "I know, honey. In the future, when we do intimate things, we have to worry about the baby peeking." "Pervert." Xia Dong rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Her cheeks quietly turned red. Bailey Han was in a good mood and kissed her on the lips. He whispered, "The baby has hearing. You can't scold me in the future. Otherwise, if the baby hears it, he will definitely misunderstand that his daddy is a bad person." "Hey, you're not a good person to begin with." Xia Dong poked his arm with her finger and deliberately put on a stern face. "You took me hostage and used your power to force me to marry you. This matter is a sad history full of blood and tears." Bailey Han's face was bitter. "Honey, can we not talk about that matter anymore?" She raised her eyebrows proudly. "No, that matter is enough for me to talk about for the rest of my life." "Alright, if you're happy, I'm willing to let you talk about it for the rest of my life." Bailey Han saw her smile and his heart was bubbling with happiness. He hugged her and kissed her again and again. Xia Dong blushed and pushed him. "Hurry up and go to work. Otherwise, you'll be late." Bailey Han teased her for a while more before going downstairs with a smile. When Xia Dong finished tidying up and went downstairs, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao Gigai were sitting at the dining table eating. Bailey Han had just finished eating and stood up gracefully. He touched the two little guys' heads and reminded them to be obedient at school today. Then he walked in front of Xia Dong, put his arm around her waist, and said softly, "Honey, I'm going to the company." "Okay, be careful on the road." Xia Dong smiled as she sent him to the door. As her illness worsened, Xia Dong handed the task of sending the children to and from school to the driver. She was worried that she would fall ill while driving. That would be too dangerous. Lin Shihao prescribed her some medicine that had the effect of suppressing the illness, but she was worried that it would have a negative effect on the baby, so she did not take it. After taking it home, she secretly poured it down the toilet and flushed it all down the drain. Xia Dong rarely went out. She stayed at home to take care of the baby and accompany Gigai. She only went out with Bailey Han regularly to take Gigai to the hospital for chemotherapy. On this day, the weather was very good. The old madam decided to visit Su Yunqian in the hospital. Bailey Jing invited Xia Dong to go with him. Xia Dong did not want to go at first, but the old madam said, "Granddaughter-in-law, it's not good for the baby if you stay at home every day. Pregnant women should also exercise appropriately. Come out with us." Xia Dong had no choice but to go with them. Su Yunqian's illness seemed to be improving again. Now her dominant personality had become the naive and cheerful one. Most of the time, she faced everyone with her naive and cheerful side. Su Yunqian was very happy to see Xia Dong. "Pretty sister, you're here to see me again." Xia Dong smiled and nodded. The old madam smiled. "Granddaughter-in-law, look, Yunqian still misses you. You should come and see her more often in the future." Xia Dong smiled and said, "Okay." Su Yunqian looked at Xia Dong's belly in surprise. "Pretty sister, why is your belly so big?" Xia Dong covered her belly with her right hand and smiled. "Because there's a Xiao Bao baby in my belly." "Xiao Bao baby. It's so magical. Can I touch it?" Xia Dong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded under her pure and expectant gaze. Su Yunqian happily reached out her right hand and carefully touched Xia Dong's belly. "It's so round. It's so cute." She touched it for nearly a minute before she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Seeing that her mood had stabilized and her illness had improved, everyone was very happy. The old madam and Mrs. Su chatted for more than an hour. When the old madam and the others were about to leave, Su Yunqian suddenly said, "Pretty sister, can I talk to you alone?" Xia Dong was a little hesitant. Mrs. Su smiled and said, "Xia Dong, it seems that Yunqian likes you very much. Please accompany her for a while." The old madam also said, "Granddaughter-in-law, accompany Yunqian for a while." Xia Dong could only nod. Only Xia Dong and Su Yunqian were left in the ward. Su Yunqian looked at her with a smile and pointed at the sofa beside her. "Pretty sister, sit over here." Xia Dong smiled and sat beside her. "Pretty sister, your name is Xia Dong, right?" Su Yunqian held her head with both hands and looked at her with a smile. Xia Dong hummed in acknowledgement. Su Yunqian's smile suddenly disappeared and her expression became cold. She said coldly, "Han abandoned me because of you." Her expression changed too quickly and her beautiful eyes were full of hatred. Xia Dong stared at her in disbelief. "Miss Su, are you okay?" Su Yunqian exuded a dark and strange aura. She was like a vicious witch from hell. Her delicate face was already distorted by hatred and she said coldly, "Yes, of course I'm not okay. I was kidnapped by your perverted admirer and I thought you would have a trace of conscience and come to save me. But I never thought that you would watch me get raped by that pervert." Su Yunqian's strange aura and cold tone made Xia Dong shudder. She stepped back vigilantly and said calmly, "Miss Su, I'm really sorry about what happened to you. Is it okay to just say sorry?" Su Yunqian suddenly grinned. The strange aura around her dissipated and she revealed an innocent smile. "Then you're oversimplifying things, pretty sister." Ad Songshu 566. Chapter 236. Xia Dong had a bad feeling. She quickly got up and wanted to run out. However, Su Yunqian was faster than her. She suddenly stretched out a leg and blocked Xia Dong. Xia Dong was so fast that she almost tripped. Fortunately, she quickly grabbed the table next to her and steadied herself. However, Su Yunqian wouldn't let her off so easily. At the same time, she stabbed Xia Dong's stomach with a dagger. In the blink of an eye, Xia Dong put her left hand on the table and grabbed the dagger with her right hand. The sharp blade cut her palm and blood dripped onto the carpet. Su Yunqian gritted her teeth and pushed the dagger in Xia Dong's direction with all her might. She stared coldly at Xia Dong's stomach because that was her target. Xia Dong held the dagger tightly and endured the pain. She shouted for help, help. Just as the door was opened from the outside, Su Yunqian's eyes rolled back and she fell to the ground. Her body was at the spot where Xia Dong's blood dripped. Oh my God, what's going on? Yunqian, Yunqian. Madame Su was the first to run in. When she saw Su Yunqian lying in a pool of blood, she thought that she was the one who was injured. She quickly held her shoulders and shouted, "Doctor." The old madam walked in with the help of Bailey Jing. Bailey Jing had sharp eyes and saw that Xia Dong was holding a dagger in her right hand. Blood was dripping down the back of her hand. She quickly said, "Sister-in-law, your hand is injured." The old madam hurriedly said, "Quick, Jing, go and help your sister-in-law." Bailey Jing ran over and helped the pale Xia Dong sit on the sofa. Only then did she see that Xia Dong's entire palm was stained red with blood. She couldn't even see the wound clearly. The doctor and nurse rushed over. The doctor checked Su Yunqian's condition while the nurse, Miss, treated Xia Dong's wound. The nurse asked Xia Dong to open her right hand and found that the blade had been embedded in her palm. Even the nurse, who was used to seeing wounds, shuddered. She carefully pulled the dagger out of her palm, and the blood flowed even more. The wound on his right hand was very deep and long. He could almost see the bone. After the nurse finished bandaging her wound, Xia Dong was about to faint from the pain. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her lips were pale. The doctor immediately asked someone to help her into the ward to rest. When Bailey Han heard the news and rushed over, Su Yunqian had yet to wake up, and Xia Dong was lying on the hospital bed with a bloody gauze wrapped around her right hand. He held her in his arms with heartache. "Wife, what happened? How did your hand get injured?" Xia Dong leaned on his broad chest. Her heart was still beating fiercely. She still felt afraid when she recalled what had just happened. Her body trembled slightly. She wanted to tell him about Su Yunqian's abnormality, but her mind was in a mess and she couldn't say it. "All right, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be here." Bailey Han felt her fear and hugged her tightly to comfort her. After about 10 minutes, Xia Dong finally calmed down. She thought for a moment and said, Han, I suspect that Su Yunqian hurt me on purpose." Bailey Han was shocked and looked at her in disbelief. She pursed her lips and continued, "Just now, Su Yunqian suddenly asked for my name and said that you abandoned her because of me. She blamed me for not saving her when she was kidnapped. Then she became very scary. I was worried that she would suddenly lose her mind and hurt me and the child, so I got up to leave. I didn't expect her to stretch out her leg and almost trip me. When I steadied myself, she pulled out a dagger and stabbed at my abdomen. Fortunately, I caught the dagger firmly." She leaned into his arms tightly and said with a trembling voice, Fortunately, I caught it. Otherwise, the baby would have." Bailey Han's heart ached as he hugged her tightly. He could imagine the tense scene at that time. He could imagine Xia Dong's panic. Han, I suspect that Su Yunqian hurt me on purpose. I also suspect that she didn't lose her mind but was pretending." When Bailey Han rushed over, Xia Dong thought a lot and recalled the scene again and again. She always felt that there was something wrong with Su Yunqian. It was not as simple as a split personality. Bailey Han touched her hair. "Honey, take a rest first. Don't think so much." Xia Dong asked him nervously, "You don't believe what I said?" Bailey Han said softly, "It's not that I don't believe you. When Yunqian wakes up, I'll ask her. Good girl, don't think anymore. Take a rest." Xia Dong's right hand was in so much pain that she couldn't sleep at all. However, she didn't want Bailey Han to worry, so she quietly lay in his arms and closed her eyes to rest. Leaning against his warm chest and listening to his steady heartbeat, she gradually fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept. When she woke up, Bailey Han was no longer by her side. She asked the nurse and found out that he was in Su Yunqian's ward. Xia Dong dragged her injured right hand and walked step by step to the door of Su Yunqian's ward. She used her left hand to gently turn the handle and pushed the door open slightly. She saw Bailey Han sitting by Su Yunqian's bed. Su Yunqian had already woken up and her face was full of tears. Su Yunqian cried and said, "I don't know. I really don't know. How could I hurt pretty sister?" Bailey Han's voice was a little low. "Yunqian, where did the dagger come from?" Su Yunqian cried and shook her head. "I don't know either. Han, believe me. I really didn't hurt her." Old Madam's voice sounded. "Ah Han, Yunqian has just woken up. Don't force her anymore." It turned out that Old Madam was also in the ward. Perhaps she was sitting on the sofa, so Xia Dong didn't see her. "Sister-in-law, why don't you go in?" Bailey Jing's voice came from behind. Xia Dong quickly straightened up and turned to Bailey Jing. Instead of answering, she asked, "Jing, where did you go just now? I wanted to look for you, but I couldn't find you." Bailey Jing smiled. "I saw that you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. I was afraid that you would be hungry when you woke up, so I bought some porridge for you." She suddenly leaned over to Xia Dong's ear and whispered, "Actually, Big Brother asked me to buy it." The door of the ward was suddenly pulled open from the inside. Bailey Han appeared at the door and naturally put his arm around Xia Dong's shoulder. He said softly, "You're awake. Are you hungry? Jing bought some porridge for you." Xia Dong poked his arm with her left hand, motioning him to move away. Bailey Jing smirked. Xia Dong smiled embarrassedly. "Thank you, Jing." Bailey Jing raised her eyebrows. "Don't mention it." Her eyes fell on Xia Dong's hand. "Sister-in-law, does your hand still hurt?" "It's much better. Let's go in and talk." Bailey Han moved his arm away from Xia Dong's shoulder and put it around her waist. Su Yunqian saw them walk in intimately and her tears immediately fell. She cried and said, "Pretty sister, I didn't do it on purpose. I really don't know why I have a dagger and why I hurt you." Xia Dong lowered her eyes and didn't say anything. It was impossible for her to say that it was okay in front of everyone and that she was willing to forgive Su Yunqian. It was okay for Su Yunqian to hurt her, but she shouldn't have targeted her child. Mrs. Su said, "Xia Dong, I apologize to you on behalf of Yunqian. I hope you won't hold her responsible. You know Yunqian's current condition. She didn't do it on purpose." Xia Dong said mildly, "Mrs. Su, are you sure that Miss Su hurt me because she was sick?" Mrs. Su's expression changed. "What do you mean by that?" Xia Dong looked into her eyes and said seriously, "I suspect that Miss Su is faking her illness." "No, that's impossible. If Yunqian was faking her illness, why would she commit suicide by cutting her wrists?" Mrs. Su was the person who interacted with Su Yunqian the most. She had watched her switch between several personalities and couldn't even remember what had just happened. Xia Dong glanced at the sobbing Su Yunqian and said mildly, "It's possible that she's just trying to gain sympathy by injuring herself." The anger in Mrs. Su's heart surged, and she said angrily, "Shedong, how can you say that about Yunqian? If you hadn't left her in the lurch, Yunqian wouldn't have been hurt. She suffered such a huge blow. Isn't it right for her to lose her mind? How can you make such malicious assumptions about her?" Xia Dong gritted her teeth and was about to argue when the old madam suddenly coughed and said, "Granddaughter-in-law, we all know about Yunqian's illness. I know that you misunderstood Yunqian because you were injured." "Grandma, honey," Xia Dong had just said a few words when she was interrupted by Bailey Han. He said softly, "Honey, you're tired. I'll take you home to rest." "Ah hun, you have to believe me." Xia Dong ignored the pain from her wound and anxiously grabbed his arm. Bailey Han said in a low voice, "Honey, let's talk about it at home, okay?" She could see the worry and anticipation in his deep eyes. In the end, she gave up on what she wanted to say and nodded mildly. "Okay, let's go home." After returning home, Xia Dong still didn't give up. She analyzed to Bailey Han what was wrong with Su Yunqian, but he didn't agree with her. Instead, he held her in his arms and told her with a very tolerant expression and tone, "Honey, you might have been frightened and made a mistake." The old madam also came to persuade Xia Dong not to think too much. She also said that she hoped that she could forgive Su Yunqian. After all, Su Yunqian was suffering from dissociative identity disorder and couldn't control her behavior. She didn't mean to hurt her. In fact, there was a deeper reason. Even if they didn't say it, Xia Dong knew that Bailey's family felt that Su Yunqian's kidnapping was caused by the Bailey's family. They were in the wrong, so no matter what Su Yunqian asked for or did, they wanted to treat her with a tolerant attitude. However, they didn't expect that such an unconditional attitude would hurt Xia Dong. They also didn't expect that Xia Dong would do something that they would regret. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 237. Bailey Han was like a nanny, constantly watching Xia Dong's movements and not letting her use her right hand. When it came to eating, he fed her. When it came to bathing, he helped her wash. Even when it came to changing clothes, he was the one who helped her. Xia Dong's expression remained indifferent and she didn't pay much attention to him. She would only respond with a few words when he forced her. When she went to bed that night, her back was also facing Bailey Han. Bailey Han hugged her from behind and said gently, "Honey, are you still angry?" Xia Dong didn't say anything and ignored him. She was quite angry. As her husband, he didn't believe her words at all. Although he didn't persuade her to forgive Su Yunqian with the old madam, his attitude made her very sad. "Honey, don't be angry. Otherwise, it's not good for the baby. The baby can understand mommy's feelings now and he will be angry with mommy." Bailey Han's right hand reached out to her abdomen and gently stroked it. He rubbed his head against her face in a fawning manner. She still ignored him and even turned her face away to avoid his head. "Honey, just for the baby, don't be angry anymore, okay?" His voice became more gentle and there was a hint of pleading in it. Xia Dong bit her lip and tears gradually appeared in her eyes. The cold tears dripped onto the back of Bailey Han's hand. He hugged her with heartache. "Honey, I was wrong. Don't be sad. You weren't wrong. I was the one who was wrong." Xia Dong closed her eyes and a few drops of tears rolled down her face again. "Don't cry. My heart is in a mess when you cry." Bailey Han gently turned her shoulders and made her face him. Seeing her teary eyes, his heart suddenly ached. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Honey, I know you've suffered a lot. I've wronged you. You can scold me or hit me, but don't be angry anymore." Xia Dong bit her lip and didn't say anything. He raised her left hand and suddenly slapped his face. She didn't expect him to really let her hit him. She panicked and her tears fell even harder. "What are you doing? Did I say I was going to hit you?" He kissed the back of her hand. "Honey, as long as you're not angry anymore, you can punch me a few more times." Xiaodong didn't want to talk to him, but when she saw his deep eyes and his loving expression, she couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her injured right hand and stroked his cheek. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. He hugged her tightly. Honey, trust me. I will never let anyone hurt you again. Although Xiaodong leaned on his warm embrace, her heart did not become warm. She did not believe that as long as Bailey Han felt guilty towards Su Yunqian, there would be a gap between them that could not be crossed. Her stomach suddenly hurt. The feeling of falling and swelling made her frown. She lay in his arms, clutching his bathrobe tightly. Her body stiffened as she endured the pain. Bailey Han was keenly aware of it. He stroked her back and said softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm just a little cold." "Ah Han, hold me tight." Xiaodong's voice was a little hoarse. In a place where he couldn't see, her face had already turned pale. "Okay." Bailey Han reached out to raise the temperature of the air conditioner. Then he hugged her tightly in his arms, carefully avoiding her stomach. After about 5 to 6 minutes, the pain finally subsided. Xiaodong let out a long sigh of relief. The next day, Xiaodong went to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Shihao said that her condition was worsening and asked her to control her emotions, not to get angry and not to get agitated. She looked down and asked, "Shihao, with my current condition, can I last until the 40th week?" Lin Shihao's expression was serious. "Actually, you only need to wait until the 35th week for the baby to survive. With your current condition, if you actively cooperate with the treatment, you can last until then. But you must pay attention to control your emotions and maintain a positive attitude. Otherwise, your condition will continue to worsen." After coming out of the office, Lin Shihao's voice kept echoing in her mind. She had to control her emotions and maintain a positive attitude. Both of these seemed to be very difficult for her. Xiaodong sat in the hospital garden in a daze. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there for, but her phone suddenly rang. It was Bailey Han. His voice was very gentle. "Honey, where are you now?" Xiaodong looked up at the patients coming and going around and smiled. "I'm outside with Siki. You can't carry heavy things with your hands. Be careful, okay?" "Okay, I know. Is there anything else?" He hesitated for a moment and said, "After work today, I have to go to the hospital first. I'll try to come back early." Xiaodong leaned back in the chair dejectedly. She felt that the temperature was very low today and she was very cold. "Okay, I got it. Go ahead." He gave her a lot of advice, but she didn't listen. Her mind was filled with the scene of him accompanying Su Yunqian in the hospital. If Su Yunqian was really sick, she wouldn't be jealous. But Su Yunqian was faking it. Why was no one willing to believe her? Xiaodong sat in a cafe next to the hospital and called Yi Siki. "Siki, can you come out and keep me company?" In less than an hour, Yi Siki rushed over from home. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xiaodong used her left hand to place the hot drink she had ordered in front of her. She said slowly, "Siki, I want to run away from home." Yi Siki was so shocked that she almost jumped up. She suppressed her anger and growled, "Run away from home? You're crazy." Xiaodong smiled bitterly. "I'm not crazy. I'm just afraid that if I continue to stay here, I'll really go crazy. Siki, I can't take it anymore. What the hell is going on? You're not the type to give up so easily." Xiaodong picked up her right hand that was hidden under the table and placed it on the table. Yi Siki's eyes narrowed. "Your right hand is injured. Who did this?" "It was Su Yunqian." Xia Dong paused and said, I suspect that she's pretending to be mentally ill. Xia Dong told Yisiki in detail about how Su Yunqian had injured her yesterday. Finally, she concluded, I don't believe that a person with a split personality can be so clear-headed. Also, her last sentence was said with an innocent personality. I can only think of one explanation for her switching between personalities so quickly. She's pretending to be crazy. Yisiki looked furious. I knew that woman was up to no good. I didn't expect that she would come up with the idea of pretending to be crazy. Did you tell Bailey Han about this? Xia Dong rubbed her eyebrows. I did. I told everyone at home, but they didn't believe me. Han thought that I was mistaken, but I'm sure that I wasn't mistaken. Yisiki angrily punched the table and scolded Bailey Han. After a while, she said, although I believe what you said, it's too rash of you to leave home just because of this. It's not just this. Xia Dong sighed. Han's memory is very unstable and he's not in a good state of mind. A few days ago, he forgot about me again and even had a big fight with me. I really feel terrible. Do you know that? I knew that Su Yunqian was faking her illness, but I still had to see her being intimate with Han. I can't do it. As she spoke, she started to sob. Yisiki sat beside her and put his arm around her shoulders. Xia Dong tried hard to control her emotions. She pursed her lips and continued, my condition is worsening. I can't be agitated or angry. If I want to hold on until I give birth to the child and have the surgery, I have to control my condition. Yisiki finally understood Xia Dong's current situation. She had uterine fibroids but hid it from everyone. She originally wanted to give birth to the child and have the surgery, but the things that happened at home made it difficult for her to control her emotions. Her condition kept worsening, so it would be very difficult for her to hold on until the day of the C-section. Yisiki thought for a long time and said in a deep voice, if you suddenly leave home, will Bailey Han be agitated and his condition worsen? What about the 3 children, especially Gigai? I think you should tell your family about your condition. We can discuss how to create a better atmosphere. I'll find an excuse. I'll say that I'm going to Italy to visit Godfather and that I'm waiting to give birth there. I'll bring Xiao Guai along and have the surgery for her. Godfather has already arranged a hospital for Xiao Guai anyway. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Strictly speaking, this isn't considered running away from home. I'm just going abroad to relax. Do you think Bailey Han will agree? I'll act first and report later. What if he goes to Italy to look for you? Xia Dong laughed. He doesn't know Godfather's address. If Godfather is easily found by others, he doesn't deserve to be called the father of the mafia. Yisiki looked at her. Are you really not going to think about it? This is the best idea I can think of so far. Why don't you tell Bailey Han the truth? I think this is the best idea. With his feelings for you, if you tell him about your condition, he'll definitely create the best atmosphere for you. Xia Dong smiled bitterly. Yi, between the fact that I'm seriously ill and on the brink of death or the fact that I'm going abroad to relax, which one do you think will stimulate Han more? She made this decision not only for the baby and Gigai in her belly, but also for Bailey Han. Yisiki sighed. Okay, maybe your idea is the best. Although Xia Dong was very calm in front of Yisiki and analyzed the situation clearly, when it came to making a decision, she still hesitated. That night, she called Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao to her side and said, Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, Mommy has something to ask of you. What's the matter, Mommy? Xia Dong smiled and said, Mommy may take Gigai to Italy tomorrow to visit your god-grandfather. Mommy will also wait for delivery there until Gigai's illness is cured. Mommy wants to ask of you to be good children and wait for Mommy to come back, okay? Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 238. Little Wingsy had a serious expression on his face. Mommy, will Daddy go with you? Xia Dong smiled. This is the second thing Mommy wants you to do. Don't tell Daddy. If you know about this, I will take Gigai abroad alone. Mom, why did you suddenly make such a decision? Did something happen? Did Daddy hurt you? Xiao Bao stared at her with his dark eyes. No, don't think too much. Bao Bao, you know that your god-grandfather has already contacted a hospital for Gigai. I'm going abroad mainly to wait for the delivery and then treat Gigai. Xia Dong tried to persuade her two sons, but it was not so easy to deceive her two genius sons. Xiao Yi's little face darkened and he suddenly hugged her leg. Mommy, are you going to abandon us again? Xia Dong's heart ached and she hugged him tightly. Silly son, why would I abandon you? Mommy will be back soon. Then why can't Daddy know? The little boy refused to give up. If I tell you in advance, Daddy will definitely not agree. Xia Dong stroked Xiao Yi's head and said softly, your daddy is already working hard. Mommy doesn't want him to work harder. After I leave, I will tell him that I went to Italy. Xiao Bao suddenly said, Mom, are you angry because Dad has been taking care of Su Yunqian recently? Of course not. Xia Dong hugged Xiao Bao and said softly, Xiao Bao, Xiao Yi, your daddy's health is not good. Because of the after effects of the car accident, he often faints and even has headaches. Don't talk back to him. Gigai, listen to him. Don't make Mommy worry, okay? Mommy, can you stay? Xiao Yi puffed up her cheeks, her eyes filled with anticipation. Xia Dong kissed him on the cheek. I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. Mommy has to go, but Mommy promises that I'll contact you every day, as if Mommy is still by your side. Although the two children were extremely unwilling, they were still convinced by Xia Dong. After all, Xiao Guai was their very important sister, and they didn't want anything to happen to her. After the three of them finished their discussion, Xia Dong went back to her room. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao stared at each other in silence. Xiao Bao jumped onto her bed and said, Xiao Yi, I don't think things are that simple. What do you think? Xiao Yi also jumped onto the bed and sat next to him. She said with a fierce expression, I suspect that Mommy is angry. Her hand was stabbed by that bad woman. Great-grandma and grandma all advised Mommy not to make things difficult for that bad woman. Even I'm angry. Xiao Bao puffed up her cheeks and snorted. Also, Dad's attitude is very infuriating. Although he didn't stand on great-grandma's side, he didn't support Mom either. People who stand in the middle are the most annoying. Yes, Daddy has disappointed me this time. Although Xiao Yi sided with Daddy, she had to admit that Xiao Bao's words made sense. Her little face darkened. Xiao Bao snorted. That's why we have to help Mom punish them. Xiao Yi continued, we'll listen to Mommy and pretend that we didn't know that she would leave. Then, we'll secretly contact her and not tell the rest of the family. Yes. Xiao Bao rubbed her little chin. Her eyes shone with an inexplicable light. Not only that, I'll make Su Yunqian pay the price. That bad woman is too hateful. Xiao Yi thought for a moment and said, Mommy said that Su Yunqian was pretending to be crazy. We can start from this. As long as we find evidence, we can expose her in front of everyone. Xiao Bao blinked her big eyes. Yes, yes. She's lying in the hospital every day. If we want to find evidence, we can only start from the hospital. I have to prepare the listening device, pinhole camera, and the like. Xiao Yi's lips curled. How do you plan to arrange her into the ward? I have a good idea. Xiao Yi waved her hand. Xiao Bao leaned over and whispered something into Xiao Bao's ear. Yes, yes. That's a good idea. Let's hurry up and prepare. The two little guys began to prepare in full swing. After rummaging for a long time, they found a beautiful porcelain vase with two big ears. The mouth of the vase was just big enough to accommodate a child's hand. Xiao Yi fixed the listening device that Xiao Bao brought to the ears of the vase and covered the entrance with a layer of film to hide the listening device. Unless the vase was smashed, no one would discover that there was a listening device hidden inside. Xiao Yi carried the porcelain vase to Bailey Han. Daddy, you're going to visit Auntie Yunqian tomorrow. Can you help me give this gift to her? Bailey Han smiled and said, Why did you suddenly think of giving Auntie Yunqian a gift? Xiao Yi lowered her head in embarrassment. I made this myself in art class. Auntie Yunqian used to treat me very well. Now that she's sick, I haven't visited her, so I want to give her a gift. Xiao Yi is so sensible. Don't worry, Daddy will send your gift tomorrow. Bailey Han looked at the vase carefully. The craftsmanship was a little rough and there was a bit of childlike innocence. Overall, it was still very beautiful. Most importantly, he was very happy that the child had such a thought. Thank you, Daddy. I'll go back and rest first. Good night, Daddy. Okay, good night. Xia Dong had already applied for a visa when she was preparing to go to Italy last time, so the procedures this time were very simple. She only needed to book the plane ticket. She thought for a long time and decided not to tell Mikakito for the time being. She didn't want to trouble him anymore. After taking a shower, she sat at the head of the bed and waited for Bailey Han to come out of the bathroom. This night would be the last night they spent together for half a year. Xia Dong wanted to make it unforgettable. Bailey Han was wrapped in a bathrobe and sat beside her. He combed her long hair with his fingers. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I'm waiting for you. Xia Dong wrapped her arms around Bailey Han's neck and leaned her face on his chest. Then rest early. You're tired too. I'm not tired. I don't want to sleep yet. Xia Dong smelled the scent of Bailey Han's shower. It was a light fragrance and there was a masculine air unique to men. The corners of her lips curled up. Her left hand slowly slid down and slowly kneaded his chest. Bailey Han's throat moved. He grabbed her hand and his eyes were deep. Honey, don't play with fire. She raised her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful face had a hint of charm, like a demon fox deep in the mountains. She wrapped around his body and laughed softly. Hubby, I want you to play with fire with me. She had never taken the initiative like this before. Bailey Han was a little surprised. He laughed softly. You're not allowed to beg for mercy later. Which time did she not beg for mercy in the end? Xia Dong's cheeks turned red. She hugged his neck angrily. I won't. She kissed his lips without a care. The moment her lips touched Bailey Han's lips, he was completely conquered. He took the initiative. He cupped the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Bailey Han's heavy breathing hit Xia Dong's cheek. His tall nose was pressed tightly against the tip of her nose. Xia Dong closed her eyes tightly and welcomed his kiss with all her heart. Bailey Han sucked on her soft lips as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. Her breathing became faster and faster. She slowly opened her red lips. His tongue invaded and entangled with hers. He held her waist with one hand and the back of her head with the other. Xia Dong only felt that she was fully wrapped up. Her heart gradually ached. After this separation, they would not see each other for at least half a year. She would definitely miss him. So now, she had to devote herself to him. She had to remember his taste, his breath, and the happiness he brought her. The past was like a movie, intertwining in her mind. She remembered his exasperated roar when he applied medicine for her in Bali. She remembered that when they were on a deserted island, he carried her on his back in the rain. She remembered his disdainful and angry expression when she purposely approached him. She remembered that in order not to hurt her, he knocked his head until it was bleeding. She also remembered that when he forced her to marry him, he was incomparably domineering. She had never dared to believe in love and marriage. It was he who used practical actions to weave a sweet trap and made her deeply fall into it. She already loved him to the bone and she could not leave him. However, for the baby in her belly and Xiao Guai, she had to make a painful decision. Tears blurred her eyes and slowly fell down. Bailey Han also tasted the bitter taste. He lifted her chin and saw the tears in her beautiful eyes. His heart ached. He moved his lips forward and kissed away the tears on her cheeks with extreme gentleness. Then, he slowly returned to her lips. Their soft lips pressed against each other for a long time, unwilling to leave. They did not separate until they were both a little out of breath. Xia Dong's right hand was still wrapped in gauze, so she could only move her left hand. She pushed him onto the bed and wanted to lean over to kiss him, but her belly was in the middle and she could not touch him at all. A smile appeared in Bailey Han's eyes as he looked forward to the surprise she was about to give him. His body was very perfect. Her hand moved from his chest all the way down to his bulging abs. She carefully stroked them. They were hard and made her cheeks heat up. Her mind could not help but think of the charming scene of his solid abs hitting her when he pressed her under his body. She quickly restrained her thoughts, but her eyes could not help but see the burning desire in his eyes. Her cheeks were red, and she did not know where to look. She coughed and said, "Hubby, close your eyes first." Bailey Han chuckled softly and closed his eyes as he was told. Without those two burning gazes, Xia Dong raised her body slightly and sat on his waist. Her left hand trembled as she stroked the thing that had been pressing against her. Her body was already burning with flames, but the depths of her soul were empty, as if she was thirsting for something. The big hand that kept stroking her waist seemed to be silently urging her. Xia Dong's throat was dry. She held his desire and moved her body to sit on top of him. Beauty novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 239. In the end, Xia Dong was so tired that she couldn't even open her eyes. She only knew that Bailey Han carried her into the bathroom. He gently washed her body and then carried her back to the bed. He held her in his arms and kissed her earlobe. He whispered in her ear, "Honey, I like you very much tonight." All of her tiredness dissipated because of this sentence. Her heart trembled and 2 drops of tears slowly flowed down from the corners of her tightly shut eyes. "Hubby, forgive me. I have to be a deserter." She said over and over in her heart, "Hubby, I'm sorry. Hubby, I love you." When Xia Dong woke up in the morning, Bailey Han had already changed his clothes and was about to go downstairs for breakfast. He bent down and kissed her forehead. He said softly, "Honey, you're tired. Sleep a little longer." "Hubby, I want to look at you more." Xia Dong crawled out from under the covers and hooked her arms around his neck. Her reluctant gaze slowly moved down from his smooth and full forehead. His deep eyes, high nose, sexy thin lips, sharp chin, and perfect face. She wanted to engrave him deeply in her heart. "My husband is so handsome. Let's go to the company." Xia Dong smiled and touched his handsome face. "Okay, I'll be back early tonight." Bailey Han chuckled and kissed her lips. After Bailey Han left, Xia Dong slowly got out of bed. She stood by the balcony and watched Bailey Han drive away. Her eyes were sore, but she held it in and didn't cry. She took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter for the old madam. She also wrote a short letter for Bailey Han. Xia Dong went downstairs. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao had already finished eating and were sitting on the sofa waiting for her. She walked in front of them and touched their heads. She said softly, "Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, remember what mommy told you last night?" "Got it." The two little ones nodded in unison. "That's good. Gigai, be good and take care of yourself. Don't let mommy worry." Xia Dong hugged them tightly. "Got it." In the living room, it was inconvenient to say anything unnecessary. The two children leaned in her arms, their eyes glistening with tears, but they quickly suppressed them. Xia Dong held their little hands and sent them to the car. Then, she stood at the side and watched the car drive away. She saw the two children sitting in the back seat waving their little hands. She also waved until they could no longer be seen. After tidying up her things, Xia Dong made an excuse to take Gigai out for a walk. Carrying a small backpack and holding Gigai's hand, she said goodbye to the old madam and others and got into her BMW. The BMW drove all the way to the airport. Xiao Guai asked curiously, "Mommy, why are we at the airport? Are we here to pick someone up?" Xia Dong held her little hand and got out of the car. "Gigai, we're going to Italy to see God-grandfather. Brother Yi, and Daddy, aren't they going?" "Yeah, it's just the two of us." Hearing this, the little girl stopped in her tracks and pouted pitifully. "But I haven't said goodbye to Daddy and my two brothers." Xia Dong bent over and looked at her. "Gigai, Mommy promises that we'll be back very soon." "Oh." Xiao Guai's eyes were filled with tears. She looked very pitiful. Xia, I'm here." Suddenly, Yi Siki's voice sounded. Xia Dong turned around and saw Yi Siki standing not far from them. Yi Siki said again, "Don't move. Wait for me to come over and find you." Soon, Yi Siki crossed the pedestrian crossing and ran over. Xia Dong handed her the keys to the BMW. "Yezi, these are my car keys and the keys to the house. I'll leave them in your care." "Okay. Remember to call me when you and Gigai arrive in Italy." Yi Siki reached out and hugged her. Xia Dong nodded vigorously. "I will. Yezi, remember to call me if anything happens to you." "Okay." Yi Siki bent over and hugged Gigai. She kissed her soft cheek and said with a smile, "Gigai, you have to listen to Mommy when you're overseas with me. Get well soon. We'll all miss you very, very much." "I know, Auntie Siki." Xiao Guai kissed her on the cheek obediently. Under Yi Siki's gaze, Xia Dong held Xiao Guai's little hand and walked step by step toward the boarding gate. They found a seat in the first-class cabin. The stewardess helped carry Xiao Guai to the seat and buckled her seatbelt. Her little body leaned against the soft pillows. She wore a cute woolen hat, which made her little face look even cuter. She looked up at Xia Dong and said softly, "Mommy, I miss Daddy, Brother, and Brother Yi. Gigai, Mommy promises that I'll be back very soon," Xia Dong said gently as she stroked her head. "Okay." Xiao Guai lowered her head unhappily. She didn't understand why Daddy and Brother Yi didn't go with them to Italy. In the afternoon, the butler was ordered to deliver the letter Xia Dong had left for the old madam to her. "Old madam, young madam asked me to give this to you." "Okay." The old madam opened the letter. When she saw the contents, her expression changed drastically. Her fingers trembled as she slammed the letter on the table. She said angrily, "Butler, why are you only giving me the letter now?" The butler was stunned and quickly explained, "Young madam instructed me to give it to you at 5 in the afternoon." The old madam's anger subsided slightly. She waved her hand tiredly and said, "You may leave." "Yes." The butler was confused. He left the room and closed the door. The old madam picked up the letter and carefully read its contents. Her eyes filled with tears. "Grandma, there's something that I've been hiding from everyone. Actually, I wanted to hide it from you, but I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I decided to tell you. Please keep it from everyone else, including Ahan. More than half a month ago, I was diagnosed with uterine fibroids. The doctor said that if my condition is stable, I can hold on until the baby is around 35 weeks old. Then, I'll have a hysterectomy. Yesterday, I went to the hospital for another checkup. The doctor said that my condition is worsening. Because of my emotional fluctuations and the many things that happened at home, I can't calm down. So, I plan to bring Xiao Guai to Italy. Firstly, it's to nourish the baby. Secondly, it's to treat Xiao Guai's illness. Thirdly, I don't want to agitate Ahan because of my condition. Grandma, I'm leaving today. Please take good care of Xiao Yi, Xiao Bao, and Ahan. Lastly, please take care of yourself. You're the backbone of our family." The old madam read the letter word by word. Tears streamed down her face as she kept saying, "Silly girl, what a silly girl." In the evening, when Bailey Han returned home, Xia Dong didn't wait for him at the door as usual. He quickened his pace and went upstairs. When he opened the door, it was empty. The person he was expecting wasn't there. "Honey." He opened the bathroom door again. It was empty. He glanced around the room and suddenly found a piece of paper on the table. There was a pen on the paper. He strode over and picked up the paper. His expression changed drastically. "Honey, I'm taking Xiao Guai to Italy to visit Godfather. Godfather has arranged the best hospital for Xiao Guai, so we'll stay in Italy until Xiao Guai is cured. Honey, don't worry about us. Godfather will take good care of us. Honey, don't come looking for me. Take good care of Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao and wait for us to come back. Honey, I love you. I love you, my wife." Bailey Han almost stopped breathing. His blood seemed to have stopped flowing. His emotions were extremely complicated. Anger and sadness enveloped him tightly. He gripped the letter tightly. The anger in his heart soared. Damn it! How could she hide it from him and escape abroad with her daughter alone? How could she? Bailey Han was like a furious lion. He slammed his fist on the table and violently pushed everything on the table to the ground. The items rolled all over the floor. He took out his phone and dialed Xia Dong's number. He couldn't suppress his anger and his fingers trembled. A cold female voice responded, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." Bang! The phone carried his anger and slammed on the floor. This was the first time he had lost control. He clenched his fists tightly and tried to suppress his anger. He stood there silently for about a minute. Suddenly, he rushed to the landline and dialed a number. "Ahu, I'm leaving for Rome in 2 hours. You're in charge of getting the permit and visa." "Young master, 2 hours is too tight," Bailey Han said coldly. "I don't want to hear any excuses. What I want is results. I'm taking off from the international airport in 2 hours." Bailey's family's private jet rented a tarmac at the international airport. He didn't wait for Ahu to reply and hung up the phone with a bang. Bailey Han strode into the walk-in closet and dragged out his suitcase. He packed his luggage in a hurry. He took a few pieces of clothes and stuffed them into the suitcase. Then, he rummaged through his passport and other documents. The room was in a mess because of him. As a clean freak, he didn't seem to notice it at all. "Ahan, what are you doing?" Old Madame Goose stood at the door with her walking stick. She had asked the butler to keep an eye on Bailey Hahn. When Bailey Hahn's car drove into the garage, she received the news. "I'm going to Italy." Bailey Hahn didn't even raise his head as he hurriedly packed his luggage. When old Madame Gu heard this, she knew that he already knew that Xiao Dong was going abroad. She sighed and said, "Ah Han, Xiao Dong is only going abroad to visit her relatives and treat Xiao Guai. She'll be back soon. Why are you going there now?" Bailey Han closed his suitcase and straightened his body. He stared at old Madame Gu. "Grandma, she's my wife. I can't let her and Xiao Guai be alone abroad. How can I be at ease when a pregnant woman and a child are alone?" "Then you're going to leave our whole family behind." "Ah Han, you're the head of our family. You have to take up the responsibility. Xiao Dong has her godfather to take care of her. She'll be fine." Welfare, Xinwu 799. Chapter 240. Grandma, you don't have to persuade me. I've made up my mind. Bailey Han picked up his suitcase and said, "Grandma, I won't say goodbye to Dad and Mom. Please help me tell them that I'm in a hurry and have to go." "Stop right there." The old lady stomped her crutch and blocked the door. "I won't allow you to leave. Grandma, please make way." Bailey Han's tall figure stood in front of the old lady and confronted her. "No matter what, I'm going to Italy today. Then you'll have to step over my dead body." The old lady stared at him coldly with a gloomy face. "Grandma, don't force me." Bailey Han frowned. The old lady snorted. "Then let me ask you. Do you know where Xiao Dong is in Italy? Italy is so big and you're not familiar with the place. How are you going to find her?" Bailey Han's eyes narrowed. "I know that Tomac is in Rome. Xiao Dong will definitely go to find him. Do you think Rome is still small?" The old lady glared at him. "You're an adult, but you're still so impulsive. Do you think Rome is City a place where you can do whatever you want?" Bailey Han was impatient and didn't think deeply. Now that he was scolded by the old lady, he felt quite uncomfortable. His thin lips were pursed and his face was cold. The old lady's tone softened. "I'm not stopping you from finding Xiao Dong. But if you go to Italy rashly, not only will you not be able to find Xiao Dong, but you'll also be wasting time and energy. How about this? You can find a way to find Tomac's whereabouts in the country first. For example, Mikakito. Isn't he Tomac's adopted son? He must know where Tomac lives. When you find the place, you can go and pick up Xiao Dong and her mother." Bailey Han's thin lips were pursed and he remained silent. The old lady struck while the iron was hot. "As for Yunqian, you have to visit her in the hospital every day. You can't leave her alone." Bailey Han clenched his fists and said calmly, "I won't go there anymore." The old madam was shocked. "What do you mean?" "I want to find Xiao Dong's whereabouts. I won't go to the hospital again." Bailey Han knew very well that Xiao Dong suddenly took her daughter to Italy. It must have something to do with Su Yunqian. Su Yunqian stabbed her hand, and the whole family persuaded her to forgive Su Yunqian. She must be very sad. Bailey Han felt that he was such a jerk that he didn't speak up for her. He wanted to slap himself a few times. The family members came home one after another. When they heard that Xiao Dong took Xiao Guai to Italy, everyone was shocked, including Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao. The two of them even pretended to cry, crying for Mommy. Bailey Han's heart ached. He hugged them tightly, one in each hand, and promised them that he would bring their mommy back. He didn't know that at an angle that he couldn't see, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bao were pinching each other's arms and looking at each other with disdain. "Hey, we've overacted," bro. Late at night, standing in the empty room, Bailey Han didn't feel sleepy at all. He still couldn't believe that Xia Dong actually left him. Although she said it was to visit family and to treat Xiao Guai's illness, he knew that she left because she was heartbroken. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted first and reported later. She was acting so strangely last night. He should have noticed that something was wrong. D****, he was so annoyed and hated himself to the extreme. Bailey Han lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with Xia Dong's figure. He was worried about the baby in her stomach, worried about Xiao Guai's health, and worried about whether they could withstand the long-distance flight. In the end, he simply sat up from the bed, turned on his phone, and called her number. Her phone was still turned off, so she might still be on the plane. He wrote a text message after text message, but he felt that it was inappropriate, so he deleted all of them and wrote a new one. In the end, he only sent a short sentence, "Honey, I miss you so much." It was past 7:00 in the evening in Rome. The plane arrived at its destination. Xia Dong woke Xiao Guai up from her sleep. The mother and daughter held hands and set foot on this foreign land. At the exit, a man in a black suit was holding a large sign with the words Xia Dong written in Chinese. Xia Dong held Xiao Guai's hand and walked over unhurriedly. She smiled and said in Italian, "Hello, I'm Xia Dong. Miss, my name is Andrew. Welcome to Rome." The blonde foreign man revealed a bright smile. "This must be Miss Gigai. So cute." Xiao Guai raised her cute little face and smiled sweetly. She also said in Italian, "Thank you, uncle." Andrew smiled and said, "Miss, let me help you with your luggage. Our car is waiting outside the airport. Please follow me." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Xia Dong held Xiao Guai's hand and followed beside him. After exiting the airport lobby, they walked for about 50 meters. A Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside. When the group of people saw them, someone immediately got out of the car and opened the door. He bowed respectfully and said, "Miss, Little Mississippi." Xia Dong smiled and responded. Andrew carried Xiao Guai into the car. Xia Dong also bent down and got in. The car started. Xia Dong took out her phone from her handbag. After turning it on, she saw messages from Yi Siki and Bailey Han. Yi Siki asked, "Have you arrived?" Xia Dong replied, "I just got off the plane. I'll call you after I change my SIM card." Xia Dong opened Bailey Han's message. He said, "Honey, I miss you very much." She sniffled and tears welled up in her eyes. Her fingers trembled. After a long while, she finally wrote, "Hubby, Gigai and I are doing well. We miss you very much too. Wait for me to come back." Beep beep. Her phone rang. Bailey Han had stayed up all night waiting for this moment. He quickly took the phone from beside his pillow and turned it on. When he saw Xia Dong's reply, he calmed down and immediately dialed her number. When she saw that it was Bailey Han calling, Xia Dong hesitated for a moment before answering. She put the phone to her ear and did not speak. On the other end, Bailey Han did not speak either. Xiao Guai tugged at her sleeve and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, is that Daddy calling?" Xia Dong bit her lip and said softly, "Hubby, Gigai wants to talk to you." "Okay." His voice sounded extremely low. "Daddy, I miss you so much." Xiao Guai picked up the phone and cried. Hearing his daughter's cries, Bailey Han's heart was about to break. "Gigai, don't cry. Daddy misses you too. Tell Daddy, where are you and Mommy now?" Xiao Guai wiped the tears on her face with the back of her hand and sobbed, "I don't know. We just got off the plane. Mommy said that we were going to God-grandfather's house. Bailey Han asked, does Gigai know where God-grandfather lives? I don't remember the name. Xiao Guai was a child after all. Although she could understand simple Italian and speak a few sentences, it was still difficult for her to remember the complicated names of places. Bailey Han said gently, it's okay. Daddy will definitely find Gigai and Mommy. Xiao Guai nodded heavily. After comforting her daughter for a while, the phone returned to Xia Dong's hand. Her voice was a little dry. Hubby, don't come looking for me. After I give birth to the baby and Xiao Guai has the surgery, we'll go back. Bailey Han had a lot to say and a lot of questions to ask her, but when he really faced her, he only said one sentence. Honey, take good care of yourself and Xiao Guai. I love you. Xia Dong's tears rolled down from her eyes. She choked and said, I love you too. There was a beeping sound from the phone. International roaming and long-distance calls were ridiculously expensive. Her phone was out of money. She took a deep breath and said softly, Hubby, my phone is almost out of money. I'll hang up first. Okay. Bailey Han had originally planned to end the call first, and then he would immediately help her top up the phone bill. Unexpectedly, after he had done so, he could no longer get through to her phone. She was like a kite, disappearing from his world. The Rolls-Royce sped on the road at a very fast speed. About an hour later, it drove out of the city and turned into a remote road. After driving for nearly half an hour, a tall iron gate and a seemingly endless tall wall appeared in front of them. The car drove into a manor that looked like a forest park. A tall European castle appeared in front of them. The whole castle was brightly lit, and the inside of the manor was also lit up to welcome the arrival of Xia Dong and her daughter. This was the Ortun Manor. Nominally, it was the territory of a British earl. In fact, the boss was the kingdom of Tomac, the father of the Italian mafia. The manor was very spacious. After the big iron gate was opened, a long welcome road led to the castle. Uniformed guards stood on both sides of the road and bowed respectfully when the Rolls-Royce passed by. The car stopped at the entrance of the castle, and two teams of uniformed servants were already waiting for them. Andrew got out of the car first and opened the door for Xia Dong. Andrew bent down and carried Xiao Guai out of the car. Another bodyguard stepped forward and held Xia Dong's hand as they walked out of the car. Mademoiselle, little mademoiselle, welcome back, the servants greeted them in perfect Italian. Thank you. Xia Dong responded with a smile. A white-haired foreign man in his 50s said with a smile, Miss, little miss, you're finally back. Robert, long time no see. Xia Dong smiled and hugged him. Yes, we haven't seen each other for a year. Little miss has grown so tall. Robert sighed. His eyes fell on her belly and he exclaimed, Oh, miss, the baby is so big. Yes, that's why I came to Rome to wait for delivery. Xia Dong smiled and shrugged. Miss, little miss, the boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go in first. Robert was Tomac's most trusted subordinate and also his right-hand man. The interior of the castle was astonishingly large. The decoration was a combination of Chinese and Western. Amid the extravagance of the aristocracy, there was a strong Oriental flavor, noble and elegant. Robert and Xia Dong walked in front, while Andrew carried Xiao Guai and walked behind them. They passed through the spacious hall, walked up the quaint and elegant stairs, stepped on the thick Persian carpet, passed through the corridor hung with oil paintings, and finally stopped in front of two heavy oak doors. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 241. Robert smiled and said, Miss, the boss is in the study. Okay, thank you. Xia Dong held the doorknob and pushed the door open. The first thing she saw was rows of wooden bookshelves. Rather than calling it a study, it was more appropriate to call it a small library. It was at least 200 to 300 square meters in size. The fragrance of ink permeated the entire room. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows were covered by thick curtains. A tall wooden table was placed in front of 2 rows of ancient bookshelves, and a tall figure sat in front of the table. He was about 60 years old, with a head full of silver hair and a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He had light blue eyes and a high nose bridge. The tip of his nose was slightly curved downwards. When he was not smiling, he looked a little cold. Although this face was full of vicissitudes of life, it could not hide his charming charm. He was Tomac, the person who made the entire Italian mafia tremble in fear. He single-handedly founded the world's largest firearms organization, the Dark Knight. Tomac stood up. "Look who's here, my lovely Xia and Gi Gai." He opened his arms with a bright smile on his face. Godfather, God-grandfather, Xia Dong and Xiao Guai both walked towards him, one hugging his waist and the other hugging his leg. "You two little things, you haven't come to see me for so long. This old man is very lonely." Tomac patted Xia Dong's back, then bent down to pick up Xiao Guai. He rubbed his cheek against her cute little face and said in fluent Chinese, "Gi Gai, do you miss God-grandfather?" "Yes." Xiao Guai loudly kissed Tomac's cheek and nodded heavily. Tomac beamed. "How much do you miss him?" "Very, very much. I miss him so much that my hair is about to fall out." Xiao Guai playfully patted the little hat on her head and cutely stuck out her tongue. Tomac laughed heartily. "Little one, you're becoming more and more glib, just like your brother. But I like it very much." Godfather quickly put Xiao Guai down. "Don't tire yourself out." Tomac glared at her. Xia, I'm not an ordinary old man. Gi Gai's weight can't crush me." All right, I know you're amazing. Please sit down." Xia Dong held his shoulders and pushed him into the chair. She also sat down on the sofa beside him. "Godfather, I haven't seen you in so long. How are you?" "Very good. I even fought with the old man from the Fayer family some time ago." Tomac proudly showed off. "Of course, I won." That old man bowed and admitted defeat on the spot. "Foster father, you're really vigorous despite your age." Tomac liked Eastern culture very much. He could understand the idioms used by Xia Dong, and he also liked to use idioms. "Of course, I was invincible back in the day." He couldn't stop talking about the things that had happened in the past. The three of them talked about a lot of happy things. Xiao Guai was a little sleepy, so Tomac asked the butler to send the mother and son to their room to rest. During breakfast the next day, Tomac asked about Bailey Han. Xia Dong looked at Xiao Guai and then explained her current situation in Italian. Tomac didn't say anything and directly asked someone to contact the hospital to send Xiao Guai in 2 days. As for Xia Dong, he also asked someone to contact the best doctor to treat her. Tomac smiled kindly. Xia, did you mention to Oshin that you came to Rome?" Xia Dong shook her head. "I haven't told him yet." "That's your fault. If Oshin finds out that you came to me, he'll definitely be angry with you." Xia Dong smiled bitterly. "I don't want to. I just don't know how to face him. Moreover, I don't want to trouble him anymore." Tomac looked serious. "You're wrong. Even if you don't accept Oshin's feelings, you're still friends who are as close as siblings. You're also my family. There's no trouble between family members. This relationship that's thicker than blood should be maintained." Xia Dong was stunned. Her foster father was right. She liked to escape too much, and it insulted the relationship between her and Mikakito. She said solemnly, "Foster father, I know what to do." Tomak smiled gently. "Very good. I've always thought highly of the two of you. I hope that the two of you can be as close as siblings in the future." Xiaodong's eyes were a little sore. She still remembered that not long after she and Mikakito went to Japan, she signed up for a Japanese class at night in order to adapt to Japan as soon as possible. One night, when she returned home from class, she met an injured foreign old man in a dark alley. She saved the old man without hesitation. She carried him on her back and walked a kilometer to send him to the hospital. After that, Mikakito found out that the old man she saved was Tomak, and Tomak was being chased by his enemies. Mikakito didn't abandon them. Instead, she used the power of the Sanku group to protect them. Later, Tomak adopted Mikakito and Xiaodong as his foster children. He didn't have any children of his own, only a nephew. He treated them like his own children. Under his instructions, the entire family respectfully addressed them as young master and Mississippi. Xiaodong had spent her days in Rome, just like a princess in a fairy tale. She had also obtained the fatherly love that she had lost for many years from Tomak, so she had always respected and loved him like a father. Tomak waved his hand, and Robert walked forward with a tray in both hands. Tomak reached out, picked up the keys on the tray, and placed them in front of Xiaodong. He smiled and said, Xia, I didn't prepare a gift for you when you got married, so I'll make it up to you now. These are the keys to a villa and a car. The villa is near the hospital where Gigai is staying, so it'll be convenient for you to take care of her. Thank you, foster father. Xiaodong could imagine him trying to suppress his anger at this moment. She said coquettishly as usual, Brother Shin, don't be angry. When you get angry, I'm in a bad mood. I'm pregnant now. The baby can feel my feelings, damn it. He wanted to fly to her side immediately, knock on her forehead, and ask her what was going on in her head. Mikakito said slowly, okay, I'm not angry anymore. She smiled. Brother Shin, you're so nice. Mikakito pursed her lips. After a while, she said, idiot. Xiaodong smiled, but her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She said softly, Brother Shin, if Bailey Han asks you about my whereabouts, you have to keep it a secret for me. Mikakito paused for a moment and said, okay. Something must have happened between her and Bailey Han. It was just that she didn't want to tell him, so he didn't force her. Bailey Han was a man of his word. The next day, he refused to visit Su Yunqian at the hospital and focused all his attention on finding out Xiaodong's whereabouts. It was useless even if Su Yunqian made a scene, refused to eat, and refused to eat. No matter how many times Mrs. Su called Bailey Han, he refused and then asked Old Madam to deal with it. Old Madam knew that he was thinking about Xiaodong now, so she didn't make things difficult for him and decisively shouldered this heavy responsibility. It had been a week. It had been a whole week. Bailey Han didn't have any news about Xiaodong. He tried everything to contact her on her phone, email, MSA, and even the games she used to play. However, it was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. There was no trace of her. The people he sent to track her down also didn't have any information. Bailey Han was going crazy. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 242. Bailey Han had become gloomy and cold, as if he had just been fished out of an ice cellar. His entire body exuded a chilling aura. The employees of the company were all treading on thin ice as they lived in fear. Even at home, he was stingy and refused to smile. Only when he was facing Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi would his eyes show some warmth. His family had seen his changes. Not only were they worried about Xiaodong and Xiao Guai, but they were also worried about his condition. The entire old mansion was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Bailey Han barged into the CEO's office of the Bo Ao Group aggressively. Mika Keto looked at him coldly. "What are you doing here?" Bailey Han stared into his eyes. "Tell me where Xiaodong is." "I haven't come to you yet, and you still have the cheek to ask me. Tell me, why did Xia run away from home? Did you do something wrong to her?" Mika Keto suddenly rushed over and grabbed Bailey Han's collar, her eyes blazing with anger. Bailey Han turned a deaf ear to his question and persistently asked, "Tell me, where in Italy is Xiaodong?" "You bastard!" Mika Keto waved her fist and punched him in the face. Bailey Han quickly dodged and quickly grabbed the fist that was swinging at him again. His eyes were burning with anger. "Mika Keto, let me ask you, where is Xiaodong? If you want to know the answer, ask my fist first." The two men's arms were pressed against each other's necks. Their murderous gazes intertwined, and they couldn't wait to kill each other. They had been fighting for nearly half an hour, and the office was a mess. Both of them had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Their clothes were messy and there was blood at the corners of their lips. However, the aura they exuded was still strong and cold, and their bloodthirsty eyes stared at each other furiously. Bailey Han's thin lips tightened. Where exactly is Xiaodong? The veins on Mika Keto's forehead throbbed. She could not help but curse, "I don't King know either. Get out of here." Bailey Han stared fixedly into Bai Tang Tang's eyes as if he wanted to penetrate deep into Bai Tang Tang's heart. Bai Tang Shen also glared fiercely at Bailey Han. The two of them did not want to give in to each other. After 2 to 3 minutes of stalemate, Bailey Han suddenly pushed his arm away and said coldly, "I will definitely find her." Mika Keto sneered. "Since you have the ability to hurt her and force her to leave, why are you looking for her?" "Shut up. You don't understand anything at all." Bailey Han's eyes were red with anger. "Humph, I only know that if it were me, no matter what, I would not harm her to this extent." Bailey Han retorted. "It's a pity that Xia did not choose you." Mika Keto's anger suddenly soared. Like a furious lion, she wanted to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. However, she did not act. Instead, she dialed the internal line and said coldly, "Jiang Dao, please ask the guest to leave." The next second, the office door opened. Jiang Dao reached out and gestured for him to leave. "Mr. Bailey, please." Bailey Han straightened his clothes expressionlessly. Like a domineering and arrogant king, he walked out of the office with an aura of disdain for the world. Mika Keto was not lying. Xiaodong did not tell him where she lived. However, it was not difficult for him to find out where she lived. He only needed to call Tomac and he would know her whereabouts. However, he did not do so. Bailey Han was not the only one who was furious. Su Yunqian was also furious. She originally thought that after forcing Xiaodong away, Bailey Han would treat her wholeheartedly. She did not expect him to be so heartless. He did not care about her feelings at all and completely abandoned her in the hospital. For an entire week, he did not come to see her. Even when she called him, he gave her a perfunctory attitude. Even when she went on a hunger strike and tried to commit suicide, he did not care about her. This made her extremely disappointed and angry. She gritted her teeth in anger. She grabbed the porcelain vase with fresh flowers on the table and was about to smash it. However, she thought about it and put it down. This was a gift from Xiao Yi. She was counting on this broken vase to make a good impression in front of Bailey Han. When she was the only one left in the ward, she carefully checked the corridor outside and locked the door. She changed her SIM card and called a string of empty numbers. A minute later, her phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was a blocked number. A man's deep laughter came from the other end of the line. "What's wrong? Do you miss me?" Su Yunqian held back her disgusting desire and said coldly, "Godfather, I want to talk about serious business." "Oh, what serious business? You finally managed to trick Bailey Han." "Not yet." Su Yunqian frowned. Things were going very smoothly. I had already gained everyone's trust. However, ever since Xia Dong ran away from home, things started to get out of hand. Bailey Han suddenly changed his attitude towards me. "Didn't you say that if you let him see you being raped with his own eyes, he would feel guilty? Then you could use him to arouse his love for you. Why did he suddenly change? He doesn't feel guilty anymore." When Su Yunqian heard him mention the matter of rape, her beautiful eyes instantly burst out with bone-deep hatred. Her fingers trembled in anger as she coldly said, "Don't mention the matter of rape to me again, you bastard. Didn't we agree to put on an act? You actually dared to use force on me." The Godfather's eyes were cold, and his lips curled into a sneer. "I'm just trying to make the show more realistic. We're facing millions of people. If we're not careful, they'll see through us. I think you are waiting for an opportunity to take revenge." Su Yunqian was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. "You said that the scars could be faked and the rape could be faked. Then what happened? You actually let people hit me for real." The scars on her body were all caused by her godfather's subordinates. At that time, that hateful man even comforted her, saying that it was just for the sake of making the act more realistic. Her godfather proudly raised his eyebrows, but the words that came out of his mouth were very calm. "Don't get agitated. I have already explained that it was for the sake of making the act more realistic. After all, Bailey Han and the others are not to be trifled with. If the scars were fake, they would have been able to analyze it through technology. If you didn't really suffer a huge blow, how could you act so realistically as a mental patient? Am I right?" Su Yunqian's chest rapidly rose and fell. She understood that what he said made sense, but the main reason was that Bastard was using his position to avenge private wrongs. She had always been the one to abuse men. Since when did that stinking man dare to abuse her? That damned godfather, one day she would make him pay the price. However, right now, she still had a use for him. She couldn't completely break up with him. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She said calmly, "All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Back to the main topic. I heard that Xia Dong went to Italy. I know who she is looking for and I can also find out where she lives. However, it's not convenient for my men to do it. I want you to go to Italy to deal with her." Her godfather sneered. "Since your men can find out where she is, why don't you do it? I remember that our agreement was to force Xia Dong out of Bailey's house before I do it. Now that you have forced her out of the country, this is beyond my expectations." Su Yunqian snorted coldly. "No matter what, she has left Bailey's house. Didn't you want to use her to deal with Mikakito? This is a good opportunity." Her godfather was cunning. "I don't think it's that easy. Mikakito is Tomac's adopted son. Tomac's nest is in Italy. You're sending me to the muzzle of a gun." Su Yunqian sneered. "Don't you have a lot of people who work for you? I know that you have connections with the Italian mafia. Tomac's Dark Knight family also has conflicts with other mafia families. Why don't you take advantage of their conflicts? Do you still need to do it yourself?" Her godfather's eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect you to know so many things." Su Yunqian chuckled. "It's useless no matter how much I know. I'm a woman after all. There are many things that I can't do. As a collaborator, aren't you willing to help me?" I still need to think about this matter. Alright, I can only give you 1 day to think about it. Otherwise, when Bailey Han finds Xia Dong and brings her back to China, everything we have done will be in vain. Her godfather replied faintly, "Wait for my news." After ending the call, Su Yunqian leaned against the sofa. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She was about to make another call when the door suddenly rang. "Yunqian, it's Mommy. Why did you lock yourself in?" "It's okay, Mommy." Su Yunqian rubbed her eyes to make herself look haggard. Then, she opened the door. Mrs. Su saw her daughter's red eyes and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Mommy, is Han still not willing to visit me? What did I do wrong?" Su Yunqian hugged Mrs. Su and sobbed. "Yunqian, good girl. Don't be sad. Han is too busy to visit you." Mrs. Su gently patted her daughter's back and lied kindly. "Mommy, but I really want to see him." Hearing this, Xiao Bao and Xiao Yi couldn't hold back their anger anymore. The two little guys roared together, "Bad woman, bad woman. So annoying." The listening device hidden in the vase transmitted every word Su Yunqian said to their ears. Knowing that Su Yunqian set a trap to hurt their mommy, they really wanted to immediately rush over and beat her up. Xiao Yi's face darkened. This damn woman is too evil. Luckily, Mommy went to Italy. Otherwise, she and Godfather would definitely set her up again. This time, we'll let everyone know her true colors. That detestable old witch. Xiao Bao gritted his teeth and said, "Although Grandpa is in Italy and will definitely protect Mommy, we still can't let our guard down. Continue to eavesdrop. Oh right, we still have to report the situation here to Grandpa. Attention Hongcha 866. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.